and as well as our medical face mask. These two standards were adopted and approved at the 55th quoted and they were published as of August 2023. Hand sanitizers, as well as the construction of houses code of practice. These two standards were also approved at quoted at the 56th meeting of quoted, and they have since been published. We are working closely with SKNBS as it relates to the publication of the code of practice for construction of houses. There have been several meetings held. We are looking to put on a cover for that particular standard, as well as to provide, well, as part of that standard, there has been developments as it relates to training for persons in the sector. So SKNBS is also working with Cantor to develop a CVQ that will be used in conjunction with that particular code of practice. Our CREEBC 2028, as well as our tourism accommodation general requirements, is currently at stage 90. That is, it is currently being reviewed and revised. Okay, so, 2018, yes. So the 2018 CREEBC is being revised, yes. Okay, so the invitation to council is to note the status of the standards on the work program. Also to note the standards which completion are significantly delayed, and to assist in whatever way possible when necessary to advance the progress of such standards. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Abraham, for your report. Do we have any questions on the floor? I recognize Council Member from St. Lucia. You have the floor.
Los coordinadores.
Thank you very much for your report. Chair, I'd like to note that while we have CRS, the revision of CRS 5 at stage 50, there has been significant interest in the nutritional labeling standard, which is at stage 40, and there is a certain amount of congruence or confusion, if we want, between the revision of CRS 5 and a separate and distinct nutritional labeling standard. I think we may need to have a little more urgency in the committee work if we can get the nutritional labeling standard, which the scope of which I think we may need to put out there. What is the scope of that nutritional labeling standard so as to differentiate it from the confusion which is currently taking place in the revision of CRS 5, which is the standard for prepackaged foods. And I don't know if the chair of the TMC can give us a little more clarity on what is the scope of the nutritional labeling standard, while we note it is still in a committee draft stage. But if we at least can get the scope of that standard so that we can have a little more clarity in that regard.
Thank you, Member from St. Lucia. I turn the floor over to the representative for the TMC to respond.
Okay, thank you, St. Lucia. I do not have the scope directly in my head, but I can always make it available to members of the council. Currently, the nutritional labeling standard, that is an advanced stage. We've had some delays in terms of the disposition of comments. So I will also ask directors here to encourage the member states, the various member states, to participate in the meetings, because that has been an issue for us for that particular standard. The meetings have to be called off. But I know that from based on the report that we have gotten, that hopefully they intend to have it completed by this month. Okay. So, but I will also have the scope to you before the end of at the end of this presentation.
Thank you. I recognize Councilmember from Grenada. You have the floor.
Good morning, colleagues. In the report with regards to the labeling of prepackaged foods, I'm going to put on the floor that this particular standard has caused a lot of controversy. I am putting it out there. We know that the deadline is October 14th. Grenada will be requesting an extension due to the significant interest, both internal and external. It is now of such significance that our Prime Minister's office is involved in this particular process. But in the closed meeting, I will take a few minutes to air our significant concerns that has been presented by our stakeholders from both sides with regards to this particular standard. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Grenada. We have the member from Haiti who would like to make a contribution.
Bonjour, chers collègues.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
This standards also has some concern in Haiti. In the Chamber of Commerce, I was in Brazil last year. They called me and to ask me. They called me. Hello? Yes, they called me to ask me what the position IT will adopt for the standards. And like our colleague from Grenada, I think it should be useful if you can give an extension of that so the private sector can share their comments with us in order to give our orientation for the vote from Haiti. But from the Ministry of Health, it is very important standards related to nutrition and for consumer protection too. But we have the both parts, the private sector, and we have to do the standards. So it is the question. We want to request this extension for the vote. So we're going to have the comments from the private sector in Haiti. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Haiti. Bahamas would also like to make a comment. Bahamas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I share the same sentiments from the Bahamas. On my way here, I was asked by the Ministry of Health for the comments from our stakeholders. So we're still waiting to gather all of them. So we do request an extension as well, please. It is very controversial.
Yes, all comments are noted. From St. Kitts and Nevis, we also have the same current ongoing issue. So definitely, I think we will have a quorum as it relates to an extension, because this is a very heated debate that is ongoing between the private and the public sector. And I may add as well, there's some reservation as to the options in terms of the scheme that was chosen. There is a lot of apprehension with the scheme that is before the stakeholders for comments, when they are aware of some other schemes that are out there that they felt was not included in looking at the bigger picture. So that is one of the things that we will bring out in the closed session tomorrow. Any more? Okay, we have Director Trejo from Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The position in Trinidad and Tobago is, and the circumstances in Trinidad and Tobago is no different than what has been expressed around the room. But in order not to prejudice or the official response and position of the country, I will leave that for the closed meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Trejo. Do we have any other members who wish to make an intervention at this point? We have Jamaica. Dr. Goodegg, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to add Jamaica's voice to the ongoing issue of the front of package living and the informative annex. This too in Jamaica has been a source of much controversy, and I also agree with the other member states that, if possible, perhaps we could consider a delay in the vote so as to allow more time for all the comments surrounding the issue to be taken.
Thank you, Jamaica. So I think it is clear that there is a common issue amongst us, and I think we have to dedicate I wouldn't want to say significant portion, but a dedicated section in the closed meeting to have those views aired.
Thanks, Chair. So I think we will pass it tomorrow to guide us here, because that request is a TMC decision, right? Because it's a technical decision. So you want to give us some guidance there, Mara? Thanks. Apart from the closed meeting tomorrow where we'll discuss it further.
Okay, the issues are noted, and it is also happening in Dominica. So I think it's an issue, a contentious issue all around. But yes, as the Mr. Omar said, we will bring the request for the extension up to TMC. Honestly, I don't think it would be an issue, but it will be, well, we will go through the formal process, yes.
Mark, can we get a response by maybe Thursday?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so we'll turn it back over to you, Mara.
Okay, Chair, I will go back to the request from Council to note the standard status, the status of the standards on the work program, as well as the completion of those that are significantly delayed, as well as to assist in whatever way possible to advance the standards.
Noted. So there's a motion on the floor for recognition of the work being done by TMC thus far. Are there any objections? I see none. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. We will look at specific standards. Well, I guess we went through the labeling of prepackaged foods. Okay, so as we indicated that standard is currently at stage 40, and we noted that the acceptance date is October 14th, for which directors have already requested an extension. Okay, so then Council is invited to note the update of the FDCRS, which was circulated to member states on July 21st, for acceptance by voting, and to additionally note the deadline for submitting the comments is October 14th.
Just add an additional note, Mara, that TMC will advise on the member states' requests for extra time in the voting process. Right? That's the only additional note. Thanks.
Okay, we have a comment on the floor from St. Lucia. You have the floor, St. Lucia. Okay, that suggestion is noted, and I think we are all in agreement with relation to speaking more on this matter in the closed session. So we turn it back over to Madam Abraham. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you. So we will now look at the new work item proposals. Okay, so at our last online CROSQ council meeting, members would have recalled that a number of tourism-related standards were at systematic review stage. The NAAIPs for these various standards was circulated, and member states had an opportunity to review as well as to indicate their position as it relates to the revision of these standards. There were 7 of them. The general standard, so CRS 11 Part 1, which is a general standard, there was no change. CRS 11 Part 2, which is hotels, that was changed to hotels and resorts. Part 4, which is apartments and condos, which were changed to vacation apartments. Bed and breakfast. Part 5, which was changed to villas. Part 6, which is villas, cottages, and cabanas, that was changed to eco-lodge. And Part 7, home accommodation, which was changed to home accommodation and homestays. Members were asked to review and to accept the NAAIPs. The deadline was given of August 14th, and then it was further extended to August 31st. Most of our members, if not all, evaluated the NAAIPs, and the results were basically positive as it relates to the revision of these particular documents. For the hotels, we had 12 members voting positively, with a positivity rate of 93%. The level of priority given was high to medium. Vacation apartments, 10 members voted positively, with a positivity rate of 86%, a medium priority level. Villas, 12 positive votes, 93% positivity rate, a high to medium priority level. Eco-lodge, 11 members voted positively, 93% positivity rate, and a level of priority as medium. And part 7, which is the home accommodation and home stays, 12 members voted positively, a 93% positivity rate with a high to medium level of priority. There was one abstention. One member state abstained from the evaluation process due to the lack of feedback that was received from stakeholders. And another member state abstained because it is currently not applicable to that particular member state. Although member states voted negatively, the results did not significantly impact the development of this standard. Against that background, the TMC at its 43rd online meeting approved the recommendation for the development of the standards to be placed on the work program using a phased approach, and that member states, BNSI, as well as SLBS, will continue the joint partnership as the secretariat responsible for the development of these standards. Okay, so based on that, Council is being invited to note that the RTC 6 Tourism and Related Services carried out a systematic review of the tourist accommodations, CRS 11, Part 1, General Requirements, and recommends that the standard be revised to be aligned with the latest trends in the industry. We are also asked to note the summarized report for each category, to further note that the NWIPs were evaluated by all member states. Additional note that the Joint Secretariat for developing the standards remain Barbados and St. Lucia, and to approve the TMC's recommendation to place the standards on the work plan.
Thank you, Mara. So the motion is on the floor to be noted. Are there any objections to what has been proposed from TMC? Okay, so items are noted as a block. Ms. Abraham.
The approval, Chair.
Oh, yes, yes. So since there are no comments, can we move for an approval? So we have an approval by St. Lucia, and we have seconded by Grenada.
Thank you, directors. Okay, we will move on now to other projects updates. And now, Chair, the CROSQ is working with the Jeff Small Island project, and that is where the standards for under the BCRC project comes in. And at this point, we would like to, with your permission, ask for the presentation to be made by the representative from the BCRC.
Thank you, Ms. Abraham. Do we have the representative online?
Yes, Chair. Ramon Matrana.
Yes. So we hear from the BCRC representative for this project. I turn the floor over to you. We will move on. Mr. Ibrahim, you have the floor again.
Okay. Well, we'll look at another project. That is the circular economy. In an attempt to sensitize our stakeholders as it relates to the key benefits of QI, there is support for the circular economy in the Caribbean. A webinar is being planned for the first quarter of 2024, which is entitled The Circular Economy, a Socio-Economic and Environmental Resilience Opportunity for the Caribbean. The objectives are to educate, inform, and facilitate the dialogue with Caribbean leaders, policymakers, and key stakeholders on the concepts, principles, and benefits of a circular economy, to demonstrate how the Caribbean can leverage its inherent characteristic to improve national and regional economic, social, and environmental resilience by applying the principles of a circular economy, to expound and magnify the role of the RQI in enabling the transition from a linear economy to a circular economy, to encourage and facilitate multi-stakeholder sectoral projects to pilot the application of circular economy to national priorities, and to inspire academia to actively participate in the research, development, and application of the circular economy at national and regional levels. We are targeting for that the ministries and the agencies responsible for environment, agriculture, trade, energy, tourism, private sector bodies with the emphasis on manufacturing, the quality infrastructure institutions, multilateral funding and donor agencies, academia, the relevant NGOs, as well as financial and services sectors. Okay, so Council is invited to note that the discussions are currently being held on hosting of a webinar entitled The Circular Economy, the Socioeconomic and Environmental Resilience Opportunities for the Caribbean. To also note the objectives of the planned workshop and proposed hosting period. To further note the target audience. And to support and facilitate the full participation of your good selves as well as your staff in this webinar.
Thank you, Ms. Abraham. We have a word from the CEO.
Thanks very much. Circular economy is a huge evolving new area of technology. I think there was just a major ISO conference on it in Brazil. Mr. Manuel is actually coming from that. And if you all remember, PTB had launched a Latin American and Caribbean project on this area just before COVID in 2019 for about 2 or 3 years. Jamaica, Trinidad, St. Lucia, and Antigua, I think, were the member states who were following it. Mr. Lockpart has deep dived into it and then left, but I think he is still following it, and I believe he went to Brazil too. So, at the end of the project, almost, well, before the penultimate end of the PTB project last year, I had sent to Council a really great document that was produced from the PTB project. And that document was produced by both KICA, as the Quality Infrastructure Council of Latin America, and PTB. The study was titled Quality Infrastructure for the Circular Economy in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we recirculated after this meeting. And the last chapter is where KICA and PTB and at least 4 member states from the Caribbean were able to wrap their head around how quality infrastructure could play a part in the circular economy. And the last chapter outlines some thematic areas where QI could play a role, and there were like 5 areas of developmental areas that you could look at. I'm just looking for a channel. Just give me 1 second, please. It was in the last chapter. So coming out, that was our major lesson in terms of how QI could embrace the circular economy. I just had a chair, you know. Right, so the 6 areas that were identified for opportunities for QI as follows: harmonize terminology and conceptual clarity on what is really meant by the circular economy. The other area was production culture and responsible consumption. The other area for QI opportunities for development would be in the area of enabling public policies and regulatory framework, and to include standards, metrology, and conformity assessment practices. The other one would be to develop trust and traceability and interoperability of information. Then the other area would be competitive products and services and the use of quality infrastructure in that respect. And then scientific and technological innovation base to contribute to that area using standards and quality. And yeah, those were the six areas of focus. This weekend I was speaking to Alexis on further development of the work that might have taken place on those 6 areas. And Dr. Alexis Valky and some other people have been attending to that, and they've come up with a really nice conceptual framework, and they're calling it circularity with quality. The quality infrastructure response to support the transition to a circular economy is a really, really beautiful and innovative piece of work of how QI could really concentrate itself in those 6 areas and a few more to help develop this concept of circularity. So all this to say that will be a really wonderful webinar when we launch it next year, because that's where we're going to bring out all these new ideas and technology homegrown from Latin America and the Caribbean, but led by Dr. Alexis Valky, a couple of people from PTB, and also MISO partner. Right, so we'll keep you posted with that, because we have also put down in the post-Cotonou design as an option that you'll see in a while, where we can try to fund some of these ideas on circularity with quality. Thanks. So I just salute.
Thank you, CEO. So we note both the comments made by Ms. Abraham as well as the CEO. Are there any questions? I see none. We turn the floor back over to you, Ms. Abraham.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so we'll look at our international and regional relationships, that is with important updates from various agencies that we deal with. The first is the BSI. So Chair, at this time, we would like to invite BSI to present on the project that they're looking at.
Thank you. Do we have BSI online? Ready?
Thanks, Chair. I think Mr. Ben Headley will present first on the phase 2 of the Commonwealth Standard Network opportunity that he's trying to bring worldwide, but we will have a component in the Caribbean, and that was launched in general at the ISO General Assembly. So first, Mr. Ben Headley will present now on the phase 2 Commonwealth Standard Network program, and then Mr. Ricardo Benvenuti will present on the existing standards partnership program and the work that's going on with the 5 member states in NQP development, and we'll be discussing a regional program that works with them shortly. So then, pass it over to you now, please.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Hello, everyone. Ben Headley speaking. Thank you for giving me the time to speak here.
And hello again to those of you that I saw in Brisbane just a few weeks ago. Good to see you again. Sorry I'm not there in person today, but hopefully for this presentation, this all goes to plan just by being online. I'd like to say, start off by congratulating Dr. Renee Ferguson Bufford on from BBSQ on being the first person from a CARICOM country to be elected on the ISO Council just last month in Brisbane. I'd like to say that she has our full support from BSI, and congratulations on that. The other things that happened during those ISO meetings was the Commonwealth Standards Network, CSN annual meeting took place on the Thursday, where it was announced this next phase of funding. We've been running since 2018 with funding from the UK government, Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, UK aid funding, which is being delivered through BSI to promote the use of international standards throughout the Commonwealth as a tool to support positive developmental outcomes. So it's great that the UK government has given us another round of funding. And what we did at the meeting was we were basically discussing what this latest phase of the work programme would be, and also the standards partnership work, which Ricardo and Mike, I believe, are going to both speak about just after me. So I will, if I can share my screen, then I will do. If not, I can just talk through the slides. Let's just see here. So hopefully you see this full screen of CSN here. Basically, for those that don't know, the Commonwealth Standards Network, like I say, has been running since 2018. It has 53 countries as members, including many of in the Caribbean. We've delivered 65 training sessions to more than 1,800 delegates from 49 countries since 2018. And we produce resources as well for Commonwealth-wide, so guidance documents, training publications, e-learning courses that are all available on the Commonwealth Standards Network online platform. What we also did since 2018 was deliver technical assistance programs, which were more bespoke programs, specifically working with national standards bodies to address key quality infrastructure challenges. So in the Caribbean, that included St. Lucia, Belize, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. All of this work aims to increase the participation in standards development. So international standards, particularly ISO standards we're talking about here, are representative of all voices, so that the standards are not just written by people in different countries, they're written by consensus from people throughout the world, and they're a valuable resource for everyone to use. So this then leads to increased buy-in and increased use in the international standards, which in turn leads to increased trade between countries, reducing technical barriers to trade. So that's the real sort of what the CSN is aiming to do with all of its work, whether it's training sessions or documents that it produces. This is just where some of these things are available online. Some things that you've probably seen, but if you haven't, may be of interest to you. So we work supporting, particularly all the work is to support NSBs, but it's NSBs in their conversations with policymakers. So we have a document that we drafted along with people from the World Trade Organization on the role of standards in supporting policy. So the role that NSBs play and how good standardization practices fit with good regulatory practices and how it all ties together. And then toolkit and roadmap for NSBs are specifically about NSB business models and how that ties together. And then some of the latest work we did as well was looking at the private sector. So looking at SMEs, with over 90% of businesses globally being SMEs. They represent the majority of global employment, but quite often, as you know, they are not users of standards, certainly not users of international standards. And so what we were coming up with is solutions of this, saying that there are these international standards out there, that they could participate in their development, that the international standards address things like food safety management systems, and the CFN has been working to basically simplify these standards and the message that NSBs can use to reach these stakeholders. So we produce standards overview brochures for the ones listed here: quality management system standards, food safety management system standards, governance of organizations, OHS, and net zero guidelines as well. So they're all available for free. Let me know if you want copies of those. Otherwise, they're available on the portal, and I'll share this presentation as well. What we also did with technical assistance is really simplifying specific items. Like, as you can see here, we work with Uganda, UNBS, to do this on specific products like rice and avocados and shea nuts, to really get down to the people that were trading with local markets and trying to expand where they could literally have access to markets, and how standards could play a part in this. So this involved simplification of standards and also translation of standards to local languages. Now, this latest phase of CSM work, we're looking at, there's three main phases of it, three main pillars of it, I should say. One is the network development and engagement. So things like the annual meeting, things like engagement meetings, trying to build up the CSN as a collaborative network, and updating these documents that are on the CSN portal and updating the resources. And then one of the other pillars that we're focusing on is sustainability. So we're mapping the standardization processes for sustainability standards. So we're trying to look into ISO, their sustainability standards, and what is the participation in the development of those standards? Are there gaps, particularly with Commonwealth countries? Are there certain regions in the world where they're not being represented in the development of these standards? So we're trying to do that mapping, and then from that mapping, we're trying to ask, why are there those gaps? Is it capacity issues? Is it because the countries don't feel that these standards are relevant to them? Is it because of the ISO processes that they feel need changing? And then finally, we'll come up with some recommendations from that document, whether it's to ISO, whether it's for future CSM work, whether it's guidance for NSBs or regional organizations like CROSQ. We're doing similar with the London Declaration, some training and toolkit with that. And again, we're looking at a similar way, looking at the UN Declaration for Gender Responsive Standards, looking at the adoption of that, how many countries have signed it, how many have developed their action plans, and what we can potentially do to help with that. And then again, the final one was support for participation in the development of international standards. So there's some specific support for the hosting of international meetings for some international standards. 37200 is the first one. That's a human trafficking and modern slavery standard. And then digital trade, we're looking, particularly one of the big concerns at the WTO at the moment, the Technical Barriers to Trade Committee, is digital concerns. So we're looking into that with them to try and understand what's happening in the world, what these trade concerns are, how international standards can play a role in reducing these technical barriers to trade. We'll probably tie that piece of work in with support for understanding some new acts. There's an Electronic Trade Documents Act in the UK. There's quite a lot of work on simplifying customs and trade through digitization. We're seeing how standards and quality infrastructure tie in with that, Commonwealth-wide on a global scale as well, what we can do to support or help guide those conversations. And digital trade as well, promoting the international standards that are already out there, things like cybersecurity standards that can help with digital trade. So they're the three main pillars that we're working on. So you probably will hear from me shortly on particularly output 2 and output 3, digital trade and sustainability, asking your NSB's feedback on some of this work that we're starting to do and some of the mapping. So it'd be very useful if you've got any time. You don't have to give big in-depth responses, but things like the sustainability side of things. If we ask you, we see that you're not participating in these certain technical committees. Really, all we're looking is for highlight answers of why you're not. Maybe you're not aware of the committees, maybe they're not relevant to you, maybe you don't have capacity, or maybe there are other reasons. All of this is useful stuff for us because then it can help with our conversations with the UK government to potentially get more funding to help with these things. So I will leave it at that. My name again is Ben Headley, ben.headley@bsigroup.com. If you want to speak to me about any of these things, I'll share the slides. What we have for funding is £250,000 up until the end of March 2024 to deliver those work programs. And then the technical assistance side of things, Ricardo, I believe, is going to talk about now through the Standards Partnership, which is a bit more, it's more focused, and there's some Caribbean specific work for that. So happy to take any questions, or perhaps later, perhaps if I hand over to Ricardo, and anyone can contact me by email as well if you like. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Derek and his colleague at CROSQ for inviting us to the CROSQ Council. Can you? Oh, sorry. Do we want to go for question for Ben first, and then should they start after? Okay, sure.
Do you have any questions for Ben? One question. Hold on. Hi, Ben. Are you hearing us?
You are breaking up a bit, but I think I can make out what you're saying.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, if you could send me the PowerPoint, I'll send it around to everybody so that they could also contact you directly for any questions and stuff. In the interim, you could use us as the central coordinating point as normal. And Dita, who is the vice chair of TMC, will continue as a technical counterpart point, helping the CROSQ Secretariat structure this engagement until March. And don't forget that if there's any opportunity for Montserrat to be able to develop a national standard strategy for the first time, coming out of the intervention that Ricardo will be making, there will be greatly appreciative of it, because Ms. Castle sent you the email that you wanted in terms of the application. So I think you have that, but I'm just speaking for her because she ran late, so she's not at this meeting. Is that okay?
Sure, yes, I'll send the presentation, and yes, I believe Ricardo will cover some of that discussion in his next presentation. But yeah, certainly that seems like an interesting thing for us to work on as well. So yeah, we'll keep in contact with that as well.
For also being sensitive to our needs and supporting some of the directors to attend the ISO General Assembly. They were really, really happy and appreciative to be there, and as you see, it helped with the whole marketing effort. And I assume that you did vote for BBSQ, so thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Hopefully I'll see you all in person soon. Thank you.
Good, so you can pass that to Scott too. We appreciate his vote. Thanks very much, Ben.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. There are no questions from your presentation, so we turn over to Ricardo. Ricardo, you have the floor.
Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. So apologies again. I couldn't hear what Derek was mentioning before, but I'm sure we will pick it up later after the presentation. So once again, as I was saying before, thanks Derek and his team for the invite. It's a pleasure to presenting to you about the Standard Partnership. So my name is Riccardo Benvenuti. I'm lead project manager at BSI International Project Team. And with us today is also the project team leader for the Caribbean stream of Standard Partnership, Dr. Mike Pitt, which I'm sure most of you know already. So Standard Partnership is, as some of you might already know, is a new UK-funded program. We'll be working on 11 different countries. Most of the countries are gonna be in Africa, but we're gonna focus also in Asia, in countries like Bangladesh and India, in Pacific Islands, and obviously in the Caribbean as well. We signed the MOU with the UK government in August 2023, and the funding will run until March 2024 for the first phase, with the understanding that hopefully we will be able to extend the program also to 2024-2025. Just as a quick understanding, we start working obviously as Ben mentioned before with CSN from 2018 until March 2021. Then for various reasons, including COVID and cut of fundings, we didn't work massively. So the following program following CSN started in 2022 when the UK government started asked us to prepare our first benchmark study on standard partnership. And then in 2022-2023, we delivered the first standard partnership Commonwealth pilot in Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. And then finally, from that pilot, has been confirmed the phase 3 of CSN, which Ben just mentioned, and then also the implementation phase of the Global Standard Partnership Program that started in August 2023. So Standard Partnership was created during the new UK government strategy for international development in May 2022, which identified 5 different UK centers of expertise. One of these centers of expertise is UK Centre of Expertise of Trade, under which Standard Partnership has been created. The purpose of this Centre of Expertise was to increase sustainable trade, enhance opportunity for trade and investment between ODA eligible countries and the UK, improve business environment in these countries, and also strengthen the quality infrastructure system. As I mentioned, Standard Partnership will be delivered in 11 different countries. So we're going to deliver 11 technical assistance between August and March 2024. And the objectives will be to build and develop the country national capability to trade, to strengthening the institution, the use and meet international standards. Making trade happen means that to uptake and boost the existing and future UK trade agreements, improving compliance with and shaping free and fair global trading system, so ensure the multilateral trading system like the WTO are empowered and used properly, and also provide research and analysis on what actually currently works on trade, so improving and supporting trade research, data, and innovation. So more specifically, as I mentioned, Standard Partnership was created in line with the successes that we deliver under the CSN program. And both me and Mike work extensively in the Caribbean under CSN, phase 1 and phase 2 in the Caribbean. And so it is exactly from the successes that deliver under CSN that we managed to secure some funding also under Standard Partnership. The idea is that we were going to work on 2 different phases until March 2024. In order, so far we secure a first funding of 100,000 UK British pound. And under this first funding, we decided to follow up on the successes that we deliver under CSN on the national and quality policies. And in the 4 countries we work under CSN, and also we added also Montserrat to this list. And then following up, hopefully in the next weeks, we'll have also confirm some extra funding to deliver some more ad hoc targeted technical assistance to SMEs in the region of the Caribbean. So Mike, if you maybe want to go through the kind of intervention that we are currently confirming with the islands, and which are going to be the first activities that we're going to deliver in the following months.
Certainly will do, Ricardo. Our activities in quality policy as through experience, we've kind of focused on 4 different activities, and the first one is normally a situation analysis to understand what is going on in quality infrastructure in a country in a certain point in time. That helps then to develop a draft quality policy, and then from there we look at implementation, because experience has shown that that is normally the biggest challenge. The policies are difficult sometimes to get approved, but then to move to implementation is then the next stage. And finally, then we with a very detailed quality infrastructure matrix. So given those 4 stages in St. Lucia, we've done a lot of work with the situation analysis. We've done a lot of work with St. Lucia on developing the national quality policy with them. And the next phase would then be to start to drill down using sectors into the implementation strategy and also work on the quality infrastructure matrix. In a similar way with Dominica, we've done a lot of work drafting situation analysis, quality policy, and in discussion with the Bureau of Standards there, we will now work with them to further promote the quality policy and start to look at populating an implementation strategy and helping them to do that, and then maybe even move to a quality infrastructure matrix, but we'll discuss that with Mara and the team when we're on island. In discussions with Mr. Ledger and St. Vincent of the Grenadines, he feels that we should maybe just take a step back at the moment and just look again at the situation analysis. And of course, then in discussions with him going forward, we'll look at that and any refinements that need to be done then in the draft quality policy, given that it is some time that we've worked together there. As far as Montserrat, we're still in discussion. Our proposal is to do a situation analysis, but of course that we would need to discuss that with them and see what would best help them in their current situation. In a similar way with Belize, a lot of work has been done with them on the quality policy. And so the next stage would be to support them in developing and refining their implementation strategy, but we need to have discussions on that as well. So that is kind of the proposals. The St. Lucia, Dominica, St. Vincent's, Grenadines, I think we've got agreement from the directors there, but we just need to now firm up with Montserrat and Belize. Thanks, Ricardo. Back to you.
Thanks, Mike. So this is a summary of the first activity we're going to deliver under standard partnership. So the next step, obviously, would be first meet some of you in person in the Caribbean. So myself and Mike will fly to the Caribbean quite soon. We're going to be in St. Lucia, Dominica, and Barbados between the 17th and 27th of October to start some kickoff meetings with some of the island, with CROSQ, but also especially with FCDO there in the region to make sure that we're going to secure also the funding for the extra activities, and also start also discussion on what 2024-2025 will look like. Other next steps that we will finalize, especially once we will be there on the ground, but we're already having discussion with some of the directories, finalization of the board plans, what we're going to deliver under standard partnership until March 2024. And obviously, again, agree and negotiate what the budget will look like and what kind of other activity we'll be able to deliver, especially keeping in mind that apart from the quality policy, we will want to also to have some ad hoc SMEs target interventions. Back to you for any question or any inputs from your side. That would be really beneficial to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Are there any questions on the floor from Council? There are a few things that we need to add. If there are no questions, I'll turn over to the CEO.
Thanks, Ricardo. If you could send a PowerPoint, that would be rate, and then I could circulate it. So Ricardo and his team is coming to the Caribbean from the 17th to the 23rd, which is the time that Mr. Price approved some vacation leave for me. So I'm sure will be the host for them. So they'll be visiting St. Lucia, Dominica, having Montserrat and St. Vincent visit them in Barbados when they visit in the UK embassy. So Marsha will be managing that whole intervention. Marsha also has some regional ideas to discuss with them because that's the other component of the CSN. And Ricardo, just for you, Montserrat has finished a draft Standards Act, which is really about the birth of a bureau, and TTBS helping them to, just do a little third-party scrub of that now. Montserrat has also just finished the first draft Metrology Act, which Nicole of the CROSQ Secretariat is helping them to scrub down. So you come in to help them do the situational analysis and then do an NQP and maybe with
Apologies, Derek. At least
it's extremely timely. So that's really good. So I think it's important definitely to meet with Ms. Castle and Mr. Ledger in Barbados if possible, and then we could include Mr. Ryan, who's here too, to meet with you, just to talk about Barbados and what's going on. So it looks like a wonderful visit over the next week. I think you have a good intervention, and you'll enjoy working with Marshall, I think. Thanks very much, Ricardo.
Derek, apologies. I could hear only the first part of your intervention, but I'm sure we can picking up.
Okay, before we move to Ramon, Ricardo, do you have anything else that you would like to say in closing? Ricardo, can you hear us? I don't think he's getting, don't think he's hearing us. I know his mic is muted, but okay, we might have to move on to the next presenter.
Okay, Council Chair, before we move on, can we invite Council to note the state of the affairs of the Standards Partnership, as well as the information provided to BSI and the relationship between BSI and CROSQ?
All right, so the comments from the TMC is for us to note the partnership between BSI. Are they so noted? All right, so we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, so we will move back to the BCRC and CROSQ partnership. Ramon?
Yes, we have Mr. Ramon online.
Yes, good morning, everyone. It's
Yes,
good to see so many familiar names. Today, for those who do not know me, my name is Ramon Madriñan or Madrinan, and I'm the lead consultant for international team of consultants from the Caribbean and other countries who are working in the Islands project for BCRC. So it's a pleasure for me to be here today. I have just a few slides. I'm not going to take a long time of your agenda today. I hope to be brief. The only thing I have to say, it's very hard to hear the feedback from the room, especially from the microphones. But if anyone can indicate that you can hear me, that would be great, and I will share my presentation. Second, please. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we're seeing the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So this is an islands project, and the task, the work to be done was to is to prepare to allow the region to prepare two environmental product standards that meet the requirements to fulfill the international obligations under the Minamata, Stockholm, and Basel conventions. And this is partly a technical work, but it's also, let's say, an economic and cultural insight of what is going on in the region, in each of the countries, what are the differences among the countries of the region, and the region vis-a-vis other benchmark countries and regions. Of course, it's also a little bit of a legal issue, because the right understanding of the conventions is also important. So that's why we have an interdisciplinary group to assist BCRC and CROSQ, and ultimately the beneficiary countries. And I have to say, this will have an impact outside the beneficiary countries with the path, let's say the path, how to comply, how to fulfill those international obligations in the most efficient and relevant way for each of the countries of the region. So the Jeff Islands project has been set to implement sustainable low and non-chemical development in a small island development states. And this program aims to support small island development states to enter a safe chemical development pathway through strengthening their ability to control the flow of chemical products and materials into their territories, and to unlock resources for long-term management of chemical and wastes in these countries. In order to do this, BCRC, of course, wants to assist the countries in this purpose, but it needs the assistance from CROSQ. So there was BCRC and CROSQ has defined and outlined some areas of cooperation and agreement. I think has been executed, where CROSQ is going to lead in the development of regional standards that are needed in the development of these technical documents for the region. And the first, let's say, the first step or the first part of this was to define which two should be the first standards to support the fulfillment of the international environmental obligations under the three conventions I just mentioned. So a project has been set, and as I said, the aim of the project is to develop these two voluntary CARICOM regional standards for hazardous chemicals and products that has hazardous chemicals. And for that, let's say this project is divided into three. The first part is to define which two standards should be tackled first. Then the development of the standards by BCRC, and of course the technical committee or committees that will work on these standards, and then the implementation of these two standards in the beneficiary countries. It is important to say that the project has 12 beneficiary countries, which would say primary beneficiary countries, 10 of them are members of CROSQ. Other 2 are Cuba and the DR. But as the standards are being developed, of course, this will, we expect this will positively impact the other 5 CROSQ members that are not directly beneficiary countries. That doesn't mean that you cannot avail from the results of our work or the results from the technical committees developing these standards. The overview assessment. So we have, this is the result of 6 months of research. There are some more than 300 pages that support what I'm going to be saying. If anyone is interested in getting into the details, we can talk to BCRC. But we have consolidated the results of this assessment, and we have provided in length to the NSBs and to the other authorities in the different countries the results of our research. So this is a brief of the brief, but I think it's still interesting of how we got to the conclusions and how this marks or provides you with a bigger, larger strategy on how to deal with environmental product standards related to these 3 conventions that I just mentioned. So the aim of our initial work, let's say the 1/3 of the project, the first part of the 3 stages of the project, was to assess and analyze the situation of the 10 participating CARICOM states plus the 5 non-participating countries, and Cuba and the DR, and of course, extra regional sources. And the objectives were to understand what was the status quo or at the national, regional, and international stages in relation to the labeling and product standards, to understand the primary and secondary legislative and policy directives related to hazardous chemicals and products containing hazardous chemicals, to identify gaps among countries and from the Caribbean region to other regions and benchmark countries, and to make prioritized recommendations for the development of potential CARICOM standards. This is just a slide, but ultimately there's 3 different reports that were written as a result of our research. But let's say that the first focus was the conventions, the 3 conventions and the technical guidelines, the BATs, which are the best available techniques, and the BEPs, the best environmental practices in the conventions and any other global harmonization initiatives under the conventions, and of course, all of the interaction between the countries of the region and the conventions, what was notified, any updates, and so on. Then we focused on, we had an international approach, so we need to, the first thing that we had to do is to translate conventions language, which is basically chemicals, into products and other processes that were used in industry, because those were that's the language that was being used by the international bodies. So this is just a few of the international standard setting bodies that we reviewed. And then we have to find out where the technical committees were working on these areas. And from those technical committees, then extract any relevant standard that may be helpful in our definition of the 2 proposed candidate standards for CROSQ. Then we had a regional approach, so other regions and benchmark countries. Then we analyzed them. We also analyzed the NSBs of those countries, the legislation of those countries, and then we extracted what was, let's say, the benchmark regulations and standards and any other information that might be useful later on. And then we went to what we defined as the national approach, where we analyzed standards at the Caribbean region related to this project, but also if government or the NSBs or any governmental agency had any policy standard or legislation, either primary or secondary, that dealt with these issues. So we thought all that info. Then we ask ourselves, okay, standards are a tool, and they're a great tool to do a lot of things, but they don't work for everything. So you can catch flies with hammers, and yes, you might achieve the result, but that might not be the best tool for that. So let's say standards as a tool. Then we decided that we went back to the conventions, and then we say, okay, which of the obligations of each of the three conventions can be better met by using standards? So we went back to the conventions, and then we found the areas where we trust standards will be a good thing to develop as you move forward. So this is basically a roadmap on how, on which areas you may want to think to adopt environmental standards, especially product environmental standards of hazardous hazardous substances into the future. But it narrowed us the areas in which we should be looking for promissory or potential standards to suggest to CROSQ. Then with this selection, then we got a shorter version of a shorter list of standards. And what we did was a multi-criteria analysis, where we decided, the first part of the multi-criteria analysis, and this is just an example, the first part was to make sure we had a standard that we can use that was relevant to our work, that it was available, legally available, that it was in English or not, because that will facilitate the work as we move forward. That was not a deal breaker, but it was a nice thing to have. And if we had good standards as a base for the standards we were being produced, and then we develop a multi-criteria analysis. We tried to cover all of the areas that we thought they were important. We asked around what was the right weight for each of those components. Of course, we can disagree on the weight, but if you can see, this is fairly spread. So even if we change a little bit the weight of one of those 9 criteria, it will not make a big difference at the end. So, and we run the list of the most promissory standards that we found, and then the numbers at the end is that the standard that will be. So at the end, what happens? This creates kind of a complex Pareto analysis, where the ones that are easier to move forward and have longer term effects, or those who have important immediate effect, will show on top. So then we got that having common terminology and definitions across the Caribbean region was a very important standard to have. Then having the classification and labeling of hazardous substances also came very high. And then 2 other that require a little bit more effort and resources, but also important to fulfill the international obligations, and also important for the environmental the environmental development or sustainable development of the countries was relevant, then we found that a standard on management, monitoring, transportation, storage, and disposal of the hazardous substances was also a desirable standard. And also the mercury content on products and apparatuses also showed high on the list. From that, our suggestion is two different reasons. Is that to start with a common terminology and definitions for these chemicals. This will impact the 3 conventions, and we had a good list of documents that we can use to prepare the draft standards, and also the classification and labeling of hazardous substances or products containing hazardous substances also came high because it also impacted the 3 conventions, and we had a good list of documents to work. And it seems to be the logical step to initiate this work. That doesn't mean that the others are not relevant or important. Okay, so number 3 and number 4 might be tackled subsequently to these initial standards, because they also will provide a good result. They will bring a lot of good things environmentally wise, but we believe they may be more. They will need more discussion. They will need more quality infrastructure at the base to implement. But we also believe that the cost benefit of this 3 and 4 are also important. So yes, they're also nice to have, but we need to start with what we think it provides the basis for any other standards into the future. So that's our recommendation. We did some, and I'm nearly done, we did some pre-validation with CROSQ and with we gave some heads up to TMC of September the 29th. And we already had a validation workshop, and we're working in the validation workshop report. The validation workshop was held on October 3rd, and we're summarizing the responses, but we left until last Friday if any other comments if countries wanted to send other comments. So we will assess and review before we finalize this validation workshop report. So, but in principle, I think the 2 standards that we presented were from the questions that we got and the comments, the two initial standards seems to make the more sense as the first to undertake under the project. Next steps, very briefly, we are presenting today before you our results, and we are honored to do that. And we have received the NWIP model templates, and I understand a selection of a champion for the submission of the NWIPs will be made shortly, and we are in the process of developing the 2 NWIPs and 2 draft standards to hand into CROSQ, so the preparation of these 2 standards may start. And of course, once we hand into CROSQ, then it will be CROSQ processes, CROSQ committees that will be working, and we will have a more supportive role during that time. And once it is done, then we will be back in the driving seat to assist countries into adopting the I'm sorry for the redundancy, the adopted standards. So this is what I had for you today. Thank you very much for this time. I know your agenda is tight, but I'm very happy to be here this morning with you.
Thank you very much, Ramon. Do we have any questions for Ramon from the floor?
Yeah, maybe we have some questions or observations.
We have no questions, but we have a summary. So I pass it to the CEO.
Ramon, are you hearing me? Ramon?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, under a letter of agreement, we joined up with the BCRC, who wanted to develop 2 standards for the region that ties in with the management of hazardous waste, material, trade and transportation and things like that. And under the LOA, we were to lead in the eventual development of 2 regional standards, and then the BCRC will take it over and lead in the development of roadmaps for the implementation of those standards in a number of member states who signed up to BCRC. So Ramon put together a real dream team in that it was himself, James Carr, Junior Gordon, Julius James, and another consultant in environmental management from Latin America. And they researched the Basel Convention and the 2 other conventions in detail, making a list of the appropriate requirements for standards, public policy, and regulations that would help to bring those conventions to life in our member state. After they did that and created that list of opportunities or requirements, then they searched internationally, regionally, and nationally as to what standards, technical regulations, and guides might be appropriate for us in the CARICOM region to look at that would really support the implementation of those 3 interventions. And then they narrowed that down to a range of standards, and they gave them names, and they linked that to probably some reference standards too. And then they developed a multi-criteria analysis sheet where they listed all the value added that would be required for the implementation of such a standard or successful implementation of it, or development and implementation. And they looked at the attributes of social development, economic development, things like that. And then they developed a weighted methodology or multi-criteria analysis sheet using expert opinion to give quantitative weights to each of these standards against the value that we would want from those standards. And then coming out of that, they created this list of 4 standards that were opportune for development. And then they presented these 4 standards to the validation meeting along with all the research. And Mara and her team looked at all those standards, and I think that there's general consensus at the TMC level to start with the first 2. If there's agreement now, that would then eventually make it our work program, and then the consultant will now move forward with guidance of TMC to develop the NWIPs to formally get council approvals and name a representative member state to lead as the technical secretary over the next year to fast track the development of these 2 standards. And BCRC will provide continuous support from the consultants to both do the NWIP and to help the RPT with the standards, and even bring in the TMC and the EC together at the appropriate point in time to approve the standards once the voting is in that direction. And BCRC will also provide funding probably for 1 meeting of the RPT and the consultants after the inquiry stage. So that's kind of what we're facing now, and the decision now is in Mara's hands to lead you into what happened at the validation meeting and to get your concurrence of to move forward with these 2 standards. Thanks.
Thank you, CEO, for those summarized comments from the presentation. We now turn it back over to Mara to take us through. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, so council is now invited to note the status and the next steps of the project, as explained by our BCRC rep, and to note that the validation workshop was held on October 3rd, 2023, and attended by Jeff Islands Caribbean National Working Group, as well as CROSQ, NSB, TMC representatives.
CROSQ Council is asked to note the recommendations from TMC. Are there any comments? Okay. I
Thank you.
So crystal clear. Let me continue.
Thank you. Okay, so council is also invited to provide preliminary approval to the two standards for development just explained and arising from the TMC recommendation following the validation workshop. So these two standards are the terminology and definition for hazardous substances or products containing hazardous substances, and the classification and labeling of hazardous substances or products containing hazardous substances.
Thank you. Council is asked to note for preliminary approval for those two standards that are cited to address harmful and dangerous pesticides and chemicals. We have a comment from member body from St. Lucia. You have the floor.
I note yes. Right. I note the request for pre-approval. Is it that we are seeking to fast track the process for these standards?
The standards will be developed using the fast track process, yes. But we will go through the process. So the NWIP will come and then we will get the official approvals. It's just council being asked to provide preliminary.
Provide approval for fast tracking and not preliminary approval. So we can indeed approve the fast track the process.
Okay, there is an amendment for the approval for fast tracking the process itself outside of the standards. Do we have first approval for that? Solution. And Jamaica would have seconded. So we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, council members. So we know the approval to fast track the process. And finally, council is invited to note that the draft NWIP will soon be submitted to the council secretariat for formal approval through the relevant NSB as per the due process and with the assistance of the consultant, and that additionally a host secretariat for the standards will be selected by the TMC during this process and advised to the CROSQ Council as normal.
Thank you. So noted. Are there any comments? We have a comment from the CEO.
Oh, I just wanted to thank Director Trejo for wanting to be the technical secretary. These two standards. But you'll find out in due course from your own people.
Thank you. CEO, we may continue now.
Not from me. Nadita said that, right, Mara?
Okay, and with that, we conclude the standards report. Thank you very much, council members.
Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mara, for that extensive presentation. We have 10 minutes before lunch. I would like to recognize members from Montserrat and Antigua who are joining us online, even though they're not here with us, they're in transit. That shows the commitment from the the team, and also Mr. Fulgence, who is currently on sick leave. He's also joining us. So we also wish him a speedy recovery. So a few housekeeping matters. Lunch will be in 10 minutes, and lunch will be on Dominica today. So we will be having lunch in the Dominica room, which is the room on your left as we exit this room. And lunch starts promptly at 12 o'clock, 1 hour, of course, and we resume at 1. So we're ahead of schedule. As you can see, we have about 9 minutes before lunch. So this can be an official break.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. So we're resuming at 1 o'clock for those of you online, and we will start out with the UNIDO presentation because we are cognizant of the fact that they are 6 hours ahead of us, so we need to give them some time to get to bed early as well. Thank you.
No, man.
So I'm trusting that all of you have a good lunch, ready to get back to business. So we will start by letting you know the next break would be at 12:30, hopefully sharp. And we're going to start out with a presentation from UNIDO. In the interest of time, we know they are ready. It's 7 p.m. there. So we want to be cognizant of that. So we're going to start with UNIDO. And for those of you who are joining us online, ensure that you mute your mics when you are entering the room, because it presents a feedback on our side. So, Unido, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everybody. The presentation is fairly brief. The first 4 slides are just a recap of the project in general. So the outline of the presentation, I will present the overall summary, what the region is doing in a nutshell, the opportunities for cooperation with the other 2 regions which are participating, how far we've come in terms of the Caribbean component, the next step, how the project and CROSQ selected the beneficiaries for national interventions, and the identified challenges and risks. So the ACP QI project is part of a larger program, the ACP Business Friendly Program. The ACP Business Friendly Program is funded by the OACP and the European Commission for a total of 41.7 million euro. It was started in 2019, is scheduled to end in December 2025. As it relates to the ACPQI project, this is funded under the same general program. The project is allocated a total of 7 million euro. It was started in January 2022, is scheduled to end in December 2025. There are 3 regions which are participating, and that would be Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. And the beneficiary, the representative of the beneficiaries are regional institutions, and they are ASO for Africa, CROSQ for CARICOM, and PIF, Pacific Island Forum for the Pacific. The project objectives, the broad objectives, is to support quality and regulatory infrastructure improvements in ACP countries, enhance value chain specific QI services, and promote a quality culture. And the outcome is enhance quality infrastructure and regulatory climate that supports and enhances the ability of firms to compete, grow, and prosper in domestic, regional, and international markets. There are 3 3 broad results area. The first looks at the regulatory and governance aspect of the QI initiatives. The second looks at value chain, is value chain specific activities. And the third looks at promoting the quality culture. So the interventions have already been presented, I think, more than once. So they're not really presented in terms of results area, just in terms of the activities under the 3 outputs. And under output 1, which is governance, it would be looking at the Code of Practice, GRP, the revision of the regional quality policy, the national lab policies, the national standard strategies, which would be either developed or revised, modernizing or establishing national metrology acts, development of VSS in the value chains, and development of a standards development platform. In output 2, it would be developing regional standards for the selected value chains. That would be 2 standards, supporting accreditation where two cabs would be taken to the point of accreditation, but in all six CAPs would be assisted in various forms, two of which would be metrology labs. And that would be the point below: establish or expand competent metrology services. Two private or public sector agencies will be supported for certification, and a needs assessment for the establishment of advisory centers for packaging and labeling will be conducted. In output 3, there will be awareness raising at secondary and tertiary level institutions, promotion of TBT good practice guides, establish a framework to develop a national quality award, which will begin with a feasibility study, which will inform how the national quality awards will be executed, and then 2 awards will be executed based on that new model. There will be stakeholder sensitization and promotion of metrology in all areas, and that is targeted towards consumer associations. And of course, there'll be work where the MIC committee will be strengthened in terms of developing digital promotions and that sort of thing. The 2 value chains which will be focused on is the cocoa value chain. CROSQ is currently developing standards for that. And that value chain is also of interest to the DR, and the project will be working with the DR as well. The general QI project. Support will also be given in terms of developing the conformity assessment in that value chain. Well, in both value chains, really, where the need is identified. And then CROSQ has also developed standards for the coconut value chain, which will be the second value chain that will be involved. As it relates to the progress and what has happened in terms of governance, the governance area and coordination, the roles and responsibility document has been developed, it's been approved, it's been finalized, and based on that, it was validated. All activities that were being proposed were validated, so it's time to begin implementation. So everything is clear for implementation. In addition to that, database of consultants was put together and that was contributed by the CROSQ technical officers in terms of resources that they've worked with. They were satisfied with, and all of that has gone into the consultancy pool, and that will be subsidized by the universal or global UNIDO consultants database that they have as well. Member states have been selected. So how the project methodology is, the interventions have been classified based on whether they're national interventions or regional interventions. And as it relates to the national intervention, a selection criteria was developed, and CROSQ went ahead and dialogued with its member states, and interventions were allocated. So the next step would be the revision of the work plan, because activities were supposed to have started from March, April, and that did not happen. So everything now has to be revised. But before it can be revised, it was determined that implementation should begin, because if you go back to revise the work plan, you cannot count that as active implementation. So it's almost like you're still planning, but nothing is happening and nothing is progressing. So as it relates to where we are at in terms of output 1, so the terms of reference for the national lab policy, that has been drafted. It has been shared with technical officers. They have responded and given feedback, and it's in the process of being finalized. What is the next step? It will be validated based on a mechanism that has been established in the roles and responsibilities document, meaning that once finalized, I will send to UNIDO and they will validate with Mr. Omar and member states as necessary. So once that validation of that TOR is done, then we'll be moving on to the next step to procure the consultants, and that is a centralized process that's going to be handled by UNIDO. Parts of it will be handled by project staff in terms of evaluation, putting out the terms of reference. Well, that too will be handled by them. But a lot of it is a centralized process. We have decided to move up some activities, which would be the national standards strategies in member states, and that will be initiated with the drafting of a terms of reference document, as well as the other activity that will be started would be the metrology legislation activity, and that also will be initiated when the TOR is drafted. In terms of output 2 and the value chain standards, the TORs have been drafted for that. The next step would be to move on and to find agreement in terms of how the TOR will progress and to finalize and then validate. After, we could go on to procure consultants, and that also leaves me, because I did mention that the next step is to revise the work plan. Now, I need to explain why. So there are several standards activities or activities which fall within the standards development portfolio or under the responsibility of standards. A lot of it is scheduled for later down in the project. But two heavy activities, which would be the development of the value chain standards and the development of the VSS, were supposed to have been among the first to begin. When the project was originally planned, those two activities were scheduled to start at the same time. And a request was made that one begin before the other, two separate quarters, for the reason that there are two reasons given: that the standards officer was out of office, and the second reason given that it would be too heavy a workload for the TMC to carry, right? So that is why the recommendation is being given to start the second standards activity next quarter, so that the project can adopt a wait and see approach to see how the first standard is progressing, given that the champion is not at CROSQ at this present time. So that's the thinking behind that. But trying to be objective, if there are issues in this, then we would have to move up the conformity assessment activity, which would be the certification. To be honest, it is not my first recommendation, because it was anticipated that although the standards development would be fast-tracked, it would take some time, and it is already scheduled to end in 2025. And so if we leave it too late, it may be an issue. Okay. So under output 3, where are we? We've already developed TORs, and they are in the process of being finalized, as like the others that went before it, for developing course content for tertiary and secondary schools. And that is where a consultant will come in and will train educators, MIC officers, and any other person that the NSB nominates to be trained. And a program will be developed by which schools will be introduced to the some QI course, so that it can be integrated at some point into the schools. The feasibility study terms of reference that has been developed is in the process of being finalized. So in total, 5 terms of reference documents are being worked on now. 4 of them are being finalized. 1 has just been drafted. So the next step would be to validate the 2 terms of reference for that area, to procure the consultants. And I know that the Quality Promotions Officer had planned to have some interview with Mr. Omar in terms of CROSQ and its experience with the project. So I'm not sure if that has been done already. So in terms of cooperation opportunities and how we move forward with the other regions, ASO is interested in sharing its experience in terms of the VSS standards, and CROSQ seems to be very interested in that. CROSQ and ASO will provide support to the Pacific because they are not as developed in terms of their QI. It's something that they're building now, and so they will they will benefit from the lessons learned from the two other regions. It's been noticed and it's been promoted that the various standards committees of Africa and CROSQ, Technical Management Committee, can work together to in terms of sharing experiences and lessons learned to benefit from each other. The same for metrology, the same for accreditation. And of course, everybody is interested in the National Quality Awards, so that would be a good experience to share. So this is my last slide. Now, I have to preface this slide and say that these assumptions, identified risks and challenges are being presented from the perspective of UNIDO, the project implementer. So it's not necessarily a CROSQ perspective, it is what UNIDO has identified. And the first assumption is that they're saying that they are hoping that there are consultants available nationally and internationally with the required competence to execute consultancies as planned. The other assumption, which I will speak of, which is not there, is that we are hoping that there is also an awareness and knowledge and understanding of project procedures and processes where it fits in terms of how the project has to remain transparent and how it can achieve the results that it wants to achieve. The risk that has been identified is that there may be a negative effect on the timelines because of the two activities that I highlighted earlier, right? I know that CROSQ has put in place some mechanisms by which it is going to mitigate the risk, but as I said, because it is a new mechanism, we'll have to adopt a wait and see. And I will go on to say that when the project was being planned, in terms of how the project scoping, is where you look at the context that the project will be developed within, and the environment that exists for the project in terms of the resources of the project, the social factors which affected political factors and all of those things, that would determine how the project risks are determined, the assumptions, and these kind of things. And one of the key success factors that CROSQ had was the strength of its technical team, as well as a champion for each portfolio. So the minute that any variable changes, it has to be pointed out as a risk. So it's not a criticism or anything like that. It's just a natural progression in how these things are assessed. The challenge is that there's some uncertainty in terms of the rescheduling, which I've gone over. So next quarter, we either schedule with the starting of the VSS or we start with the certification, one or the other. And I will sit and do both scenarios and present both work plans, and whichever one is most applicable, a decision will be made between CROSQ and UNIDO in terms of which is selected. And of course, revisions to agreed documents or work plans, whatever, sometimes it impedes the start of implementation, not just for the Caribbean, because every time something changes, the global document changes, and it affects the other regions as well. So that, in a nutshell, is my presentation, and I will open it up for questions.
Thank you, Janice. You need a representative for that very comprehensive report. So we put it to the floor for any comments. I see Council Member from St. Lucia has some comments. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. In your last slide, you spoke to some risks and challenges which are very normal in the context of the type of work we do. Have there been any specific responses on how to mitigate some of those risks? And with regard to the last statements on whether which one of the standards portfolio may start, can these be run concurrently?
So there are two mitigating factors. One put forward by CROSQ, which I think is a mechanism that's currently being utilized in terms of the chair and the co-chair of the TMC playing the role of champion that the standards officer would have played. And in terms of what the project is willing to do is to offer some sort of short-term measures where a consultant will come in and assist the project and work with whatever mechanism CROSQ has in place to try to get the project work done.
Okay.
But a decision has not been made in terms of that.
All right. And the other question is, to what extent are the Caribbean project components linked or dependent on the other regions?
Linked in terms of the cooperation aspect. There are some common activities that will be developed that will be managed by UNIDO, and linked in terms of if we go back to revise a document, then they're affected as well because the documents cannot be finalized. The overall project, the global project documents cannot be finalized because if we keep on making changes, then it affects them as well. There have been discussion of the possibility of having study tours, but that has not been determined yet. For technical officers, definitely. That will be later in the project. So the quicker we get started on those activities, the quicker we could also share experiences with them too. Okay?
Thank you. Janice, any more comments or questions from the floor? Okay, I see none. Thank you very much.
Janice, in terms of the consultant pool, that is still open, right? So if member states have
the database that we've made, yes. So if member states have consultants that they've worked with in similar activities, they can also send us the names and we will put it in the pool. However, those persons have to be registered on the UNIDO website as well. So that information would have to be shared with them. And it would still be based on a competitive process. Yeah?
Are there any known exclusions in that consultant?
Not that have been communicated to me.
All right, so any of the projects you saw there, if you know anybody who might be interested, send it to us. We aggregate it and then we send it across to UNIDO. Thanks.
Thank you, Janice. So we now move into our next presentation from the project coordinator looking at project development for CROSQ and BHN and the resource mobilization. We are doing this presentation only for the benefit of those persons online in the different time zones so they could benefit before their nap. So Marsha, the floor is yours.
Chair, if I might, just to give a little context. So the big thing that we wanted to discuss today with you all was the proposed design of the post-Cotonou intervention, which is the equivalent to the 12 EDF that should come on stream next year, September. The EU wants to work with us directly this time in order to bring that on stream so that we have continuity between projects and also too so we don't lose our 11th EDF staff by default. So when I spoke to the EU about 2 or 3 weeks ago, what they said is that the post-Cotonou design for the entire region has been designed by the EU. It's gone up to the EU headquarters in Brussels, and they're hoping to get back an approval in October. Once they do that, then they will reach out to each of the different member states and the regional institutions in order to let them know how long their program is and how much that will be. So for the time being, we also spoke to the EU and we told them, look, under the 10th EDF, we got 92% spend efficiency and we got 92% work efficiency on $7.8 million. Under the 11th EDF, at this point in time, at our current run rate, our work efficiency is about 85%, and the spend efficiency might be about 75%. So, and we've only got 4.8. Plus, we had a year and a half loss with COVID. So we really figured that we could finish next year, April, which is the end of the execution period, but the project finishes in August. We feel we could come in above 92% on work efficiency, and we really feel that we could come in on spend efficiency less than 92%. So that's a good job by Terry and his technical officers if we could accomplish that. Obviously, we can't accomplish that unless the member states finish what is currently on the agenda that we have. So when the technical officers present in, or rather Terry, please, give us some special attention, because if we're able to hit it, we might be able to even get more than $4.8 million. Because when the EU comes back to us in November with how long the program will be, how much money it is, we're already starting to plant the seed that the 11th is better than the 10th. But obviously we're going to have to deliver on that by next year. But we feel we can, because really there's only 3 or 4 new projects to still start, and that is piggybacking out of the Montserrat experience for certification. And those are real value-added projects, as some of you all will see for those who are going to visit Antigua shortly, and it can be executed in about 2 weeks. And for those who are in projects, it'll be grateful to finish them off before April next year, because we'll get the wins. So once we get these documents, like in November, we will start writing up the templates, and then PTB and us and the DR will go to the EU to negotiate it in December, and hopefully by next year, February, the EU will approve. With the post-Cotonou program, the EU coming straight to source, because the post-Cotonou is not about donor-partner, it's about partner-partner. So they're treating us as equals. I ain't too sure what that means, but treating us as equals. But we're grateful to be treated as equals. CARIFORUM is involved, but mostly in copy, because the EU will be signing the documents directly to with PTB this time, and then we'll be the implementation partner as normal. This might probably be the last time PTB will be engaging in such a venture with us, because they didn't even want to go into the 11th EDF. Because generally speaking, PTB trying to come out of these big, broad programs, and they were for the Caribbean, that they would like to treat Latin America and the Caribbean rather than the Caribbean. But a lot of gymnastics played out recently, and PTB has stayed in the post-Cotonou with us. We're very grateful for that. So the same arrangements will apply. And we really want to make this run smooth for them in that regard. So over the last 2 or 3 weeks, Marsha has led an opportunity with the technical officers, PTBA, myself, Mohan, to come up with a design of the post-Cotonou program that we'll present to you all shortly. So it's good that Janice refreshed you all on what UNIDO did or doing, because the post-Cotonou piggybacks on the 11th EDF, which piggybacked on the 10th, and the post-Cotonou piggybacks on the UNIDO to present ideas to you all now for consideration. If we could get consensus at this meeting on the design, that's good. If not, you have time to think about it and let us know, and we will come back to you with ideas to see how we forge in. We would like, however, to arrive consensus on a project portfolio by the end of October. Because if we're able to do that, when the templates come, man, we just write in. The other thing too is Marsha and PTB and Mohan have already begun to do a detailed budget design of what you see in here, but we're building it in such a way that if there's any changes by anybody at any point in time, it becomes flexible. So we're building it modularly. But if we wait until the end of October to build the budget, it's just going to take us too long, because we have to scrub a lot of past numbers and make estimates. So what we're going to do is present to you the post-Cotonou design separately in a short while from Marsha's presentation, where she will present to you what she's been doing in resource mobilization and program development. Now, why that first presentation is important is because it not only ends at the post-Cotonou resource mobilization, but there's a penultimate part to her presentation that is really, really key for you all. So a week and a half ago, the EU launched a new program in the region. It's called the Caribbean Cooperation Facility. So the EU has come out with another bucket of funds, and it's about 8 million euro, I believe, and the regional institutions and the countries themselves could send up proposals directly for funding of projects, including of equipment. Now, when they presented this 2 weeks ago, it was a really nice thing. We are accustomed to this kind of demand-driven, short-term project proposals that are coming up. I don't know if it's, I think they have room for equipment, I'm not sure, but there's a lot of technical assistance. This is just like TradeCom. So basically, it's an $8 million facility open to all the member states and the regional institutions. And if you come up with a nice project idea that has a defined start and stop, and you want a consultant, maybe some equipment, but not a lot, you fill out the template and you send it in. Now, it has to come through your national focal point. But you could play it in such a way, when we give you the information, you could send the email directly to the EU, copy CROSQ, copy CARIFORUM, and copy your focal point, if you want to do it that way. Because there's a first come, first serve basis. And CDB loves to work with you all because you get the job done and you're in and out and there's not much problems, right? And the reason we were also successful in the 11th EDF CDB standby facility is because after they launched their program, a lot of you all within the first 3 months sent in applications. And it took other people 6 months and 9 months. So first come, first serve. So when Marsha goes through this Caribbean Cooperation Facility, you should really check your representative. But you should go through them, or you could go parallel with them. But the point is getting your projects within the first 3 months, and you're going to have a real good time for a lot of funding opportunities. Because it's a demand-driven project, and the template not very difficult. So Marsha will lead you through that, then we will share the email with the full information, but we would encourage you to run with that. So you don't need to wait for the post-Cotonou. The post-Cotonou being put in your hands right now at the national level, and you could get a lot of opportunities done there. All right, so Marsha is going to run her routine presentation on program development, resource mobilization, and end with the Caribbean Cooperation Facility, and we'll send an email after how you could access that directly, and then we'll end with the post-Cotonou, walking you through the program for your ideas and structures. But by the end of October, it'd be lovely if we could get some consensus on the design. Thanks.
Thank you. I see the CEO has given us an intro into his presentation. That's coming up? Okay. That's great. So it puts us ahead. So we now turn the floor over to Marsha to take us into the actual project. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Omar. And good afternoon, directors and other persons in the room. Basically, the presentation will be in relation to 3 main areas: program development, so that's existing projects that are underway or programs that are underway, the CROSQ project and the UNIDA ACP QI program. Janice gave you extensive information on that, so I'll be very quick when it comes to that one. Resource mobilization, these are upcoming opportunities that are advanced. The CDB, CROSQ, BHN Quality Infrastructure Project with this Caribbean Development Bank to help Haiti with their quality infrastructure. CARIFORUM, the Caribbean Cooperation Facility Mr. Omar just told you about, and the post-Cotonou Caribbean Aid Program. And finally, just a quick thing about our relationship with the CARICOM Secretariat. So as it relates to the CROSQ project, the project coordination up to July of this year, there's an interim project coordinator, and that was the technical officer for metrology, Mr. Best. And then since July, I've been on board as a new CROSQ project coordinator. And the project management team is a combination of CROSQ and PTB. So we meet monthly usually the first Tuesday in each month, but because I'm here, we've had to postpone our meeting for this month. And focal points meeting, which is the pilot member states are involved in those meetings. We meet every 2 months. We missed the August meeting. You know, August is a time when people go on holiday. So we met early September, so the next meeting is October 26th. And so far, things are going good with that. So in terms of the national procedural manuals, our first component is about the operationalization of the energy efficiency labeling program. And I'm sure you're well aware because this project has been around for a while. So the national procedural manual, they were discussed and amended at a workshop in Jamaica in July. And the front and back covers have been designed and accepted by all the piloting member states. And they did action plans for the completion of their NPMs. So we expect by the end of October this month, the NPMs will be completed. And based on the reports that have been received, all the national procedural manuals should be finished this month. So that's really good news. In terms of the pilot transfer of appliances, the idea behind this is that we will test the manuals by actually moving appliances from one country to the next to see how the process is. So Trinidad and Tobago is to send AC units to Jamaica, and of course Jamaica will return the AC units afterwards. And then Jamaica and Barbados, yes, they're only for testing. Yeah, and it's not a destructive test, so we'll return them. Jamaica and Barbados will send light bulbs to Trinidad and Tobago. That's a destructive test, so there's nothing to return. And then the transfer costs are to be determined. So we're trying to do that now. The preferred choice is to use like a direct courier like DHL to just move the items between the two countries. However, I know that both Trinidad and Jamaica, they're looking at the whole customs procedures and how to make things as smooth as possible. So we're hoping for good news in terms of that. Everybody has Asikuda. So going forward, we're expecting really good things, but we have to allow that process to take place. So under the project, we'll pay for the transfers, all the costs, the testing costs, the cost of transportation. So I'll continue to work with your staff as it relates to the logistical arrangements, but we're hoping to do this. I'm hoping that things will start moving the end of this month to early November, so that we'll kind of semi-miss the December rush and then finish by January. In terms of the next component, equipment, so of course, to develop these regional facilities or centers of excellence, they received equipment from the project. So Jamaica received a voltage stabilizer in June, and they're awaiting an AC recovery unit. There were some delays, but the company, CTS, has said they will ship the items in this month, so we're awaiting that. And Trinidad and Tobago received 7 pieces of equipment. It looks like 6, but one of them is 2 pieces, the gauges. So they received 7 pieces of equipment. 2 were damaged. 1 can be fixed in-house, and the other one, because it was insured, the insurance company has paid, and they are in the process of repurchasing that piece of equipment and even another piece. Based on the amount of money, they can even purchase another piece of equipment that they will need so that they'll be able to test based on the different hertz, 50 hertz, 60 cycle that's going on in the region. So that's really going good. In terms of accreditation, even this has surpassed where the project expected them to just reach towards accreditation, but both labs are now accredited. Jamaica was accredited from before and went through an interim assessment by JANA for continued accreditation. So they actually are recommended for continued accreditation. Not sure if they actually received the letter of continuation. They have? Excellent. So, but they had some corrective measures they had to take. So although the assessment was in April, there was some delay in them actually completing the process. Trinidad and Tobago did not receive any non-conformances, so they received their certificate in September. But from the July, they knew that everything was okay. So they have received their certificate in the middle of September. And an interlab comparison is being planned with ANSI in Mexico. They have sent the protocol documents, and what they're seeking to do now is to make the arrangements for the shipping. They'll ship both at the same time. So the ILCs will happen simultaneously, refrigerator and AC, between Jamaica and Mexico. It will be about 4 weeks for the actual testing process, and then a week after the results are sent by Jamaica to Mexico, we'll have the final results, so that should be completed long before the project ends. As it relates to training sessions, because we've been doing a lot under this project, 3 retailer sessions were conducted in June. 1 was targeted at managers, and the other was at the shop floor staff. They were really successful. A consultant from the Czech Republic, he facilitated them, and we looked at the importance of these labels, the key attributes of the CARICOM label, the responsibilities of the national authorities in the piloting countries, where labels should be displayed so that the consumers can easily see them. And we looked at what happens in Europe, which was used as the major benchmark for the project for labels. There were 83 participants across the 3 activities online, and during the visit to Jamaica, there was also visits to retail stores where there was interaction with shop floor staff, and we were able to explain to them clearly what is to come. So that was really, really good. In terms of the training sessions, the information from the training sessions have been packaged into a training manual, which has been drafted, has been proofread and edited by CROSQ and PTB, and we're in the process of formatting it for publication. So by the end of this month, it will be circulated electronically to all member states, and we're asking you to share with the stakeholders within your countries so that they have a wealth of information. It's very visual, lots of images and stuff, bulleted points, so it'd be easy for your retail staff to use it as a reference document when they're explaining to consumers about energy efficiency labels and the importance and how to make informed choices as it relates to appliances that they buy. As it relates to component 4, which is the final component, which has to do with the regional model guide, which is going to be the guidance document for the rest of the countries who are not piloting countries. That was discussed and amended too. So as soon as the NPMs have been completed, especially the ones from Jamaica and Trinidad, we will complete the regional model guide, and that will be handed over to the non-piloting countries by March, around February, because we're thinking of February as our final closeout activity so we can wrap up the project on time in March. There's a regional database which has information that's going to be made public. Nobody will have to pay to see the information. Visitors will be able to go to see information on the energy efficiency of various brands and appliances. So you see the brand, you see the model number, you'll see all the information that will help you to make an informed choice. We're still in the process of fixing that database to ensure that the information is easy to read, easily accessible, and the regional testing facilities or the centers of excellence are poised to input their test data, so everything is going well. And we had a training of super administrators, including myself, on September 28th, so we're ready to provide support to the member states. But of course, they will input data directly because you have different levels of authority as it relates to the database. And now we'll move to the ACP program, but Janice gave you extensive information, so we'll just quickly go across past that. And thank you for your cooperation as it relates to the selection process. So Janice is well underway, knowing exactly which country would need which initiative as we go forward. So thank you again for that. And these are the projects in a nutshell that you would have seen when you had that meeting earlier prior to the selection. So we'll move quickly into the project for Haiti. So the discussion with this Caribbean Development Bank is well advanced, and we're just waiting for their approval. They asked us for some additional documents recently, just routine documents, nothing to delay the process. So we're hoping that we'll hear from them very soon, maybe this month or early next month. So it's from the 11th EDF, and that facility ends April 2025. It's a 15-month project. That's the budget there, 319,000 euros. And CROSQ will implement, the beneficiary is Haiti, and we will hire a project officer to coordinate that project. And these are the main components. We'll strengthen their ICT infrastructure and capabilities because a lot of the activities will take place online. Lots of capacity building, training and stuff, and we'll improve their effectiveness and competence in providing their conformity assessment services. And we'll also, of course, communicate. We'll educate about the services offered by BHN. We'll educate about the project and to ensure that the stakeholders in Haiti are well aware of the importance of the quality infrastructure and the importance role that BHN is playing on their behalf. So you'll see the various key activities there. And then we'll go on to the next step. So CDB approval, grant agreement to be signed. We get the no objection for grant approval from you, the CROSQ Council, signing of the grant agreement, letter of commitment from the ministry responsible for the Bureau of Standards in Haiti. And then we'll engage the project officer and proceed after that with a steering committee, of course, request the first tranche of funds, and we'll have the launch. So we're hoping that we can launch in January. That's what we're hoping, so we can meet the timelines. So looking forward to this one. So please note, the project was revised from before. It had a metrology component, but because of logistical and other issues, those components have been removed. So we will seek to address the metrology needs of Haiti through other interventions, maybe the post-Cotonou or other interventions going forward. the Caribbean Corporation facility that Mr. Omar told you about. So it actually started in January of this year. So the process of, there's first come, first serve, but it's an ongoing process of submitting proposals. So they won't have like a hard deadline and you have to send it by a certain quick deadline. They'll have across, as the time progresses, they'll allow for projects to be submitted. There's a regional component through CARICOM Secretariat, but copied to the EU, and there's the direct component through your focal point. So yes, I'll share the information. You know who your focal point is for your various countries, so you can send projects directly, or you can go through the regional facility. And the CARICOM Secretariat will like receive the proposals at the regional level, do a prioritization, and then submit what they think should be financed by the EU. The EU will pay the bills directly. So it's not like you're getting money to manage. They will just manage all of that. You just need to say what you want, and then they will finance it. It's 8.5 million, 4 years, and of course the CARIFORUM. So CARICOM plus the DR, Dominican Republic. So hence you have been updated already. So that was what that meeting was all about, where they told us about the project.
Right. So if I might just interject here, if you check your emails, you will see the email that that pertains to this. So if you could just go to that email 1 second, I just want to show you how easy this is for you all to access this funding directly. So just open your emails if you don't mind on the Caribbean Corporation facility. Right. So if you open that email, you will see the first template is the template you need to fill out for your project idea. And it's very well structured. And the EU is under new management. And those guys, they just move fast and they move formal, but they're very fluid. So they're real easy to talk to, this new bunch of managers. So the first one is the activity fiche, and you put down your idea, the best way you can explain it there, etc., etc. The second template is like a summary of the first one, a high-level summary. So if you open the second Word document, you will see they will tell you what to put down there. The third template really introduces the firm that will manage this whole intervention. So when you send up your project template and the EU approves it, they will send it to this firm, which is a Latin American firm called FIAP, F-I-A-A-P. That firm will then contact you directly and work with you to hire a consultant. They will hire the consultant, they will project manage the consultant. You just need to be consultant for the quality of deliverables you want. The next document outlines who's your focal point. So, Mr. Mona, you don't need to wait. Your focal point is there. Go and talk to him, send up an application. Because this is unlimited money. First come, first serve. And the word of this not going to spread rapidly. So that you can apply 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
There's no limit.
And it's about a 4 or 5 year facility. So there's no limit. And that's your focal point. So you know under the CDB, CSME standby facility, you had national allocations, and therefore you all had to compete with other people in the country. To our mind, you don't have national allocations on this. So your focal point really shouldn't hold you back. We didn't get the impression that there were national allocations, correct? I think
They didn't say that.
it was just open.
Quite open.
Because some of you felt subservient to national allocations. And then the final document explains the whole program. Right? So you have a nice opportunity there. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Omar. Okay. So we'll move to the next one, which is the post-Cotonou, which I don't need to spend time on this because I won't spend a long time here on it because we're going to spend a longer time on it in the next presentation. But basically the objective is for partnership between the EU and CARIFORUM as it relates to trade. That's where CROSQ comes in, but there are other areas of cooperation, which I'll show you later, climate change and other areas. So PTB, of course, would work with us. There's CROSQ and the Dominican Republic will be involved, just like the 11th EDF. So in developing the post-Cotonou, we would have looked at the 11th EDF, other past projects, look at projects that are underway right now to propose to you some potential projects, which I will share with you later. So we're just looking forward now to receiving that concept note and the request from the EU office here so that we can proceed and make our formal submission. So in my next presentation, I'll go in further detail about this post-Cotonou program. So finally, in terms of the CARICOM Secretariat, or a CARICOM organization, so there was a regional institutions review, and so those updates and any information that should be shared with you, Mr. Omar will share those with you. I have shared them already. They have done an assessment of all regional institutions and have made some recommendations. So that process being managed by the CARICOM Secretariat, and as things unfold, you'll be duly informed, but the report was very positive as it relates to CROSQ. Capacity building, they're looking to move from a monitoring and evaluation framework into something called MeAL, which is monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning. They say that this framework is more comprehensive, more effective, and a more efficient approach to managing programs and projects, resulting in better implementation rates and more evidence-based decision making. So they introduced us to it in a meeting in June, and we have not received any further communique yet as they roll this new approach as it relates to monitoring and evaluation of projects, accountability, and learning frameworks. So as time progresses, we will share that with you, and maybe at your levels, you might see value in this type of approach to adopt it at your levels too. So we'll keep you informed as time progresses. So that's it for the general portfolio.
Thank you, Marsha. Are there any questions on the floor, both here and online? Okay, I see no hands raised in the room, or both rooms actually, virtual and present. So I'm guessing from that we can say Marsha has done an excellent job doing the presentation. We'd like to thank you.
At this time, we will allow Mr. Omar. Oh. You still have to add the clinical portion. Okay. So, Marsha?
Yes.
You may continue.
Yes, yes. This one will also be relatively short. But this is a focused one program we're looking at here, one program. Yes, yeah. Yes. But at the same time, it will be short and exciting because you get to choose and get to interact. All right. So basically, the post-Cotonou program, the objectives is to introduce the program to you and the proposed CROSQ projects. So I'll give you an overview of the post-Cotonou, the areas of focus as it relates to technical barriers to trade, which is where we do our activities, a contextual framework for the proposed project, and then the proposed project. And this will be a tag team presentation because Mr. Omar will also have a significant portion in the middle of the presentation, which will not count towards my time. Thank you. We'll also crystallize the proposed projects because we're looking at some deadlines as it relates to the EU. Because what we want to be rushed, we don't want to be under pressure, we want to be ready so that we can hit the ground running as it relates to these opportunities. So first, let's look at the objective of the post-Cotonou. It's to strengthen the capacity of the parties, of course, the EU and the ACP, to address global challenges together, including cooperation with other parties outside of the EU and the ACP. So the priority areas in the Caribbean aspect, of course, is Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific. So specifically Caribbean, the areas of focus are 4 of them: fighting against the effects of climate change, advancing economic transformation and diversification, citizens' security strategies, and also investment in human and social development. CROSQ's activities fall within the advancing economic transformation and diversification. The indicative funding is 4.8 million. We're hoping it's going to be that or more. And then the period is either 4.5 or 5 years. So as soon as they send us the formal communique, we'll know for sure. And then the areas of focus, TBT, we're talking about cooperating to remove unnecessary technical barriers to trade through the QI fields, as you're aware, the pillars, we're talking about implementing measures to ensure there's greater use of international technical regulations where global trade, we're integrated into the global value chain. So the emphasis is on international technical regulation standards and conformity assessment procedures so that once it's tested here, accepted everywhere, and those principles. So cooperation in the area of quality management and assurance in selected sectors, so we're going to be specific, not just general in terms of the approach, and capacity building in the states as it relates to conformity assessment, metrology too, and standardization. So all the QI pillars will be covered under this program, and developing links between the ACP and European standardization, because of course it's trade between the ACP and the EU, so functional links between us and those institutions would be critical. And finally, the parties agreed that they'll undertake to consider negotiating mutual recognition agreements in sectors of mutual economic interest. So those are the areas of focus. So as it relates now to the proposed projects, so we have the post-Cotonou agreement and the areas of focus I just introduced you to. So now I'm going through the guiding principles and methods as it relates to our projects for our region. So the first principle is that of equality, or equivalent opportunities in that sense. So not that you're getting the exact same thing, but you're all getting equivalent opportunities. So if one is getting, the other 14 are getting, so all 15 will be benefiting. So we're cognizant of your differences in terms of your needs, your resources, your resource absorption and capacity, but at the end of the day, all member states will be benefiting equally as it relates to you getting an opportunity. Definitely participation and inclusion, all step of the way. You'll be consulted, there'll be consultations, and we're also asking you to in turn consult with your various stakeholders to ensure that at the end of the day, there's buy-in from the beginning, during, and towards the end of your project for successful completion of all projects. Transparency, so where necessary, there'll be clear and objective criteria for selection or requirements, so you're clear as to what is required of you and what are the things you need to have in place, or what we will be doing for you, what you need to be doing so that everything runs smoothly. And finally, the method that is used to guide now is looking at linkages, looking at deepening. Where we would have started a particular initiative, you need some more help to take it further, to help you towards sustainability of the initiative. So we looked at the 11th EDF program. You need an ACP program that Janice is coordinating for the region. The baseline study done by MESA partner, where they identified quite a number of opportunities just earlier this year based on the needs that you articulated, and the strategic plan for CROSQ, and also the strategic plans for each of the technical committees of CROSQ, the CARIMET and all the other CCA. So all of those were looked at as it relates to identify the national and regional projects. So we'll now go into the design framework for the post-Cotonou program. And this is where now Mr. Omar will take over and he will project. So, Mr. Omar?
Cool, thanks. Is everybody seeing my screen yet?
Not yet. I need to stop sharing. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead now.
Okay, so maybe I should have circulated this question.
I thought you did.
Thought I did. Anyhow, we'll just walk you through the concept now. So really what we did here, but I think when we presented at the finance and the HR subcommittees, you all would have seen this in any case. So what we have here is we've laid out on the left-hand side of the document the QI areas of standards, metrology, accreditation, conformity assessment, quality promotions, and general. And we've laid out at the top the 11 TDF projects, the UNIDO projects, and then the post-Cotonou potential projects that we want to suggest. And then we have the general bucket for each QI area. So for standards, what you see here in this cell is what we did for standards in the 11th EDF. And then what we're doing for standards under the QI UNIDO project, you would have just heard from Janice. Then you would see here what is the suggestions for the post-Cotonou for standards.
And then right now in standards, we have a number of projects running with BCRC, ICA, SEDIMA, British Standards Institute, USAID that we're thinking about to help us revise the Regional Energy Efficiency Building Code, and the assistance that the technical officer standards is given to all the member states, and the subcommittees and the strat plans, which is a lot of work for the technical officers to achieve those annual operating plans of the technical committee strat plans. And then we went through that with all the other areas. Now, essentially, in the 11th EDF, we didn't load up the 11th EDF with any standards issues. The reason is because we had a number of general projects that were running that was occupying enough time and effort, and we were planning the UNIDO or thinking about it. Under metrology, we didn't press too hard under the 11th EDF with metrology, but we did press hard in conformity assessment and quality promotions, and that's because the 10th EDF was heavily focused on standards, metrology, and accreditation. So when we went with the 11th EDF, we decided to focus a lot on conformity assessment and quality promotions. And then we had some general projects. Now, when we designed the 11th EDF, everybody was afforded 3 national projects of choice and to do over 4.5 years. And that worked out to 62 interventions, which is 14 interventions per year. And that's the kind of capacity we feel that we can handle. Now, if you remember, when we did the 11th EDF design, what we had is we offered 4 projects in blue. And we said, look, everybody, based upon the demand, pick one from fine mass accredit from metrology, or pick one from a CAB to be accredited, or pick one from a private sector org to be certified, and pick one from an NQA. Those were 15. So everybody picked one, and that way everybody got some sort of equality in accordance with what could be structured and delivered in a cohesive, centralized manner. Then we said that everybody would get a media sensitization training. And then we said, coming out of the 10th EDF, there was a need to dig down at a sectoral level, and there are 2 ways to dig down, either through a national dialogue or value chain project. So there were 15 opportunities here, and we asked everybody to pick one. So that way, everybody got 3 national projects with some structured choice as to how this thing could unfold, and the rest were regional. Now, with the UNIDO project, when that was designed, it was made from the baseline assessment. It was based upon the quick wins ideas from October last year and other things like that. And when we designed the UNIDO program, essentially it came down to one national project per member state. And we got 15, we had 4 basic projects and 15 of them cumulative, so everybody was able to pick one. And this is over 2.5 years, so it's like 36 interventions, which works out to 15 interventions a year, which is not bad compared to 14 the previous year. And if you remember, when we did it, we asked everybody to put down a first choice or a second choice for 3 national GRPs, 7 national standard strategies, 3 metrology acts, and 3 national lab policies. The rest were regional projects that when we develop the TOR and we call for beneficiaries, everybody can apply and the consultant will objectively evaluate. And then we put out a call to select one of these, and people selected first and second choice. And luckily, because of the sacrifice of St. Kitts and Antigua, everybody got their first choice. Jamaica and Bahamas actually got 2 under the UNIDO. So what we did is we reproduced those projects under the post-Cotonou. And therefore, we were able to identify that those persons who put down their things as second, they were actually able to get it now. Because if they didn't want it, they wouldn't even have put it as second. So we have 3 national code of practices we suggesting to do. That will be St. Kitts, St. Vincent, and Grenada. Then we have a call for 4 national strategies, which is St. Lucia, Barbados, Trinidad, and Montserrat. And then we had people saying, we want our metrology acts modernized, which was Antigua, Belize, Haiti, Suriname, and Guyana, because 5 people wanted it, but there was only room for 3. And then there's one national lab policy, which is Dominica. So what we did is we created a link between UNIDO and the post-Cotonou, and that all those who didn't get their, who didn't get their first choice, they got it now, which is St. Kitts and Antigua, and all those who submitted things as second choice, you're able to get it. And these were demand-driven projects coming out of the baseline assessment that we did in the UNIDO study, plus some requests by other member states. So that's why we were able to say, okay, you're getting one national project. Now, you can never stop training the media enough to support what you're doing. And that media sensitization worked really well in some member states, to the point now you don't even need to call them twice, they come. So what we want to do is saying, let's go back with 5 media sensitizations again, going forward. So that could be a second national project. Then the third national project was based upon what we're doing to support Article 164 implementation in the member states. So Montserrat was supposed to develop a project to certify a SME. And after 6 or 7 months, we trying to work with this SME to get them certified, and we couldn't even start the project. So Montserrat got together with Stephen and Terry, and they designed a program to pull food and non-food SMEs together in a training session over a 5-day period from 4 o'clock in the evening to 8 o'clock in the night, to educate them on standards, but more particularly on the value of certification for different standards and how it could work. And on the 5th day, we then rolled that ideas into a roadmap of how they can actually do it stepwise. If they're interested to go for HACCP 9001, 22,000, here's how to do it. And this was SMEs targeted. And then what we did in the day was allow the consultant to visit some of these companies to give free advice. So for 5 days, it was an in and out project, and Mrs. Cassell played a part, an active part in it. And I think everybody was just so pleased that Antigua, who sent somebody to monitor it, said, come bring it by us, and let's see if we could introduce a train-the-trainer element. So what we have done is organize next week this same course for the SMEs in Antigua, food and non-food, and we've invited St. Kitts, St. Vincent, Grenada, and those 3, right, to come and see it at work, because they have a couple of projects that they had to implement in 11 that given them a little trouble, and we might be able to switch it to this. So that, plus, this will help you to implement Article 164, which is to help and get ready your private sector for certification to quality. So what we figured we're doing here is that we really stumbled onto a really beautiful program to help SMEs learn about certification and get assistance to be certified. So for the 5 member states, we're hoping that we'll uptake this opportunity before April next year, which will be Antigua, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Kitts, and Montserrat already. What we will do in the 11th EDF is to go one step, in the post-Cotonou, is to ask each member state to put forward one SME now to get certified, having done all this training. So you're following through. And for the 10 other member states, it's such a beautiful program. We are suggesting to roll this out in all 10 member states. It doesn't only apply to the OECS because it have a lot of small SMEs in a lot of member states waiting to get started, but certification is magic to them. So this is how we will bring forward the whole certification agenda into the post-Cotonou and link it to the 11th EDF. Then, so that brings it to 3 national interventions per member state. Now, what we're saying too is that there's an opportunity for probably a fourth national intervention for member states, because we definitely want to accredit more cabs. There are some member states who are asking for certification to 9001, and under our strategic plan, we have to hit 4 NSBs to 9001. And then we're saying that there's some metrology labs that need some support. So we made that an idea too. So what we're saying is that we are able to offer 3 national projects per member state based upon a demand and what we're hearing from you, which is subject to change now. Plus, we are able to offer a portfolio that you could select from now in red, which is we'd like everybody to select at least, to select one from either a metrology lab, your metrology lab to be supported, or accreditation of a cab, or certification of the NSB to 9001, or to develop a new, or to promote the development of an existing NQA. We would really recommend like TTBS and Suriname take up support to an existing NQA, because in 2 years' time, you'll be ready to do an NQA and you'll get some financial and technical support to run with. Because Guyana will tell you, it's not until you hit the 3rd time do you really get comfortable, you know? So with that, we are saying that the post-Cotonou could be designed around 4 national projects per member state over 4.5 years, 66 interventions, 15 interventions a year. It should be manageable. Now, we have some regional projects. One of them is to develop a dimensional CAL, either through TTBS or Jamaica. The other one would be to take one of the CALs and turn it upstream into a CAL school, where we will take somebody from each member state, plant them in that CAL to learn either about pressure, humidity, dimension, or mass, because that's another reason that the CALs exist. You'll do an online training course that we will develop. You'll write an exam. If you pass it, we'll pay for you to go and do a little apprenticeship for 5 days. You'll get an assessment in the school too before you're done, and then you come back. We can figure out if you don't pass that assessment after 5 days, what we'll do. We might build back the member state, but we'll see. But it's a real nice idea that Nicole came up with to let the CALs expand now into a kind of school concept for testing and legal metrology. And then in one of the ideas too was develop a metrology portal for CARIMET to put all their information, share it properly and stuff. And maybe even turn this into a subscription database by the end of the 11th EDF.
Post-Cotonou.
After the post-Cotonou. And then finally, we have designed about 5 online basic QI training courses. At the regional level, we're going to hire a consultant to upgrade those courses to intermediate level, and then develop a learning management system in the CROSQ Secretariat itself, and put these intermediate courses. And then we even have the opportunity to hire, in the next 3 or 4 years, a new project officer, not a new project officer, a new staff member, and we could probably open up a training and consulting branch of CROSQ. Because now you will have 10 courses, and you can develop training programs, and maybe the commercial model can actually support the salary of that person there, and then we can start doing consultancies that does not clash with our member state consultancy. So we have 2 commercial ideas that we could bring to fruition in the next 4 or 5 years from a regional project. That's kind of what we think in there. So really, you know, it's to get your feedback on what you think in terms of the projects listed here. You may not be able to do that today. We might actually then ask for another meeting in a week or 2 to give you time to study this document. But we think that there's some logical linkages between the 11th and UNIDO. And really and truly, it would be nice if everybody would be comfortable to pick one of these red projects, so everybody gets something and it totals 15 at the end. Now, unlike the UNIDO project, these red projects are not limited by the number. So we are suggesting 3 NSBs to 9001, but if it turns out that 5 NSBs wants 9,001, subject to the budget, it might be able to be designed that way. PTB had a material hand in all this design, and they obviously working with us to do the costings. So if we stick to these 4 red areas, and everybody pick ones, if you find there's demand, it's easy because then we have consensus and we could design this thing easy. If not, we quite willing to flex, and we'll have another meeting to roll this out. So really, this is just gestation ideas. Pass it back to Marsha now to just
wrap up.
Wrap up and bring some focus and see some discussions, facilitate the discussions.
Yes.
Stop sharing.
Yeah. And then let me find back the okay, here we go. So essentially, I think you weren't able to, were you able to see the projects properly? So here are the projects: standardization, metrology, as you can see, the ones in red, and then the accreditation and conformity assessment, quality promotion, and the general projects, which is about CROSQ's pillar assessment, in strengthening of CROSQ secretariat, and the regional quality infrastructure networks, which is the different technical committees, the CARIMET, CCA, and TIE committees, and the others. So now read the general discussion. So as Mr. Omar would have said to you, it's really about the 4 areas that you're asked to select or to choose. Do you think you're in a position to indicate your interest now? Is even your preliminary interest as it relates to these 4 areas where you think your member state be interested? So the numbers are subject to change. The numbers can be, but it's 15 as it relates to equivalent opportunities or equality. So yeah, Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Marsha, for your presentation. So I was wanted to ask, as it relates to the 3rd item in the proposed projects, which is for the CABs,
yes,
accreditation CABs. Is it limited to only these? Because is there a possibility to include other accreditation to ISO IEC, for example, 17065?
Okay. Yes. We could add that one to the mix.
Thanks.
Yes. Thank you. It was, these ones were borrowed from the 11th EDF, but we're open to additional standards for accreditation. And you notice it's non-NSB this time around. For the 11th EDF, it was the NSBs that got the benefits. So now we're encouraging now for your wider stakeholders, the country, we need accredited institutions for trade-related conformity assessment bodies within your countries. So we're asking you to, at the appropriate time, if you accept this one, to propose entities outside of the NSB.
Sure.
However, if you don't, then you will just submit for your NSB if there's none outside.
So this comes to mind, Marsha, but there may be other areas that we'll be looking at.
Yes. There's another slide for you to give me your
Fantastic. Thanks.
additional ideas outside of these. So,
Great.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes. So you want to give me your additional ideas before we come back to the slide? That was it? Okay. Any other comments as it relates to these 4 areas? Jamaica?
Yeah, so the 4 areas look very interesting. But we needed the time to consult our teams to see, because they already have a pre-existing projects that they would be doing.
Okay.
So we just wanted to consult with them to see, of the 4, which ones they would are ready to go with.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So since we're now at the discussion stage as it relates to these ideas, the other thing, to have space for to indicate, are there other ideas that you have as it relates to regional, national initiatives that you're interested in that you would like us to consider for the post-Cotonou program? Based on your needs, based on the demands, based on the state at which your NQI is in your countries?
I think this is something that would require some more consultation.
Okay. All right.
So we
Fair
will
enough.
get back to you in due course.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and I'll follow up via email. Okay. So thank you. So additional activities under the post-Cotonou would be the ad hoc technical assistance to strengthen the NQI through the NSBs in the areas of metrology accreditation and conformity assessment, support for participation in key international activities. You know, there's ISO, there's COPANT, there are other activities in which you participate annually. Whether the Secretariat or, if possible, the NSBs will also be supported in this, and also training capacity building in the regional quality infrastructure. And of course, as with any project, there are other costs that will be taken into consideration, staff costs, administrative fee, and those other items there. So as we continue working to build out the budget, these are the areas that we are going to be considering. Okay. Any comments or questions before I take my leave?
We have a comment from the CEO.
Yeah.
Can't take it, leave it. Gotta build this. So I just circulated the PowerPoint and the Word document to you all again. And I was wondering if between now and next week, you could email Marsha or myself any comments or ideas. I'll be on vacation next week. So please feel free to call Marsha. She's the design person. She'll answer any questions on this or the Caribbean Corporation facility. And because she'll be working with the technical officers who had a hand in all this that we just presented. So I was wondering if it wouldn't be wise for us maybe to ask for a meeting with everybody here for about 1 hour, say around the 25th or 26th of October, to just run back through just now the post-Cotonou design with any final ideas that you feed us back in the system with. And at that meeting, we can arrive at a consensus. Is that okay? So is it okay for us to send a Zoom link for the 25th at 1 o'clock, if you don't mind, please, for 1 hour?
Okay.
Mr. Trejo?
I'm just the agenda. I'm not so sure the 25th is available for.
Or what day is good for you then? 26th or the 24th?
24th.
Everybody okay for the 24th at 1 o'clock? Is that okay?
Sure.
24th, Tuesday, 24th at 1 o'clock. Get feedback on the post-Cotonou.
Okay.
And particularly the areas in red if you like it. All right, so Marsha will send the link. Again, she's open to discuss anything with you all next week.
Yes.
We'll probably send a reminder email directly from Marsha next week. Mr. Trejo, the first part of Marsha's presentation is real important because it lays down the principles on which the design is based. If we could nail this in October, we just write in November, which is what we're aiming for. And once we finish this design, we'll share it with UNIDO too. So we're all on the same page. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, 24th at 1 o'clock. Marshall, send you link. And invite PTV too, right? Please. Yeah. So I'll just finish my project profile and then we'll finish in time. All right, thanks. So in terms of my my report to CROSQ Council, it would have contained all this in terms of what you would have heard about the UNIDO program and the post-Cotonou program, and shortly you'll hear about the 11th EDF that is summarized in my report. I'm looking for my report now, and that's because Mr. Laplace warned me, and you have maneuvers here. These take too long. But we also have, you would have heard about the ideas we generated with respect to the circular economy. Also to the ACP, Secretariat has reached out to us to help them develop some program ideas for the ACP for the next few years. So we're working with them now on some ideas there too. So you're not only going to have the Caribbean Cooperation Facility in terms of the bucket of funds available to you directly, you're going to have the post-Cotonou program. You have 11th EDF coming with a plethora of stuff next year. And you're going to have ACP opportunities just now on your plate, not next year, from the following year. So in terms of resource mobilization, I think you're fixed. You just need to have a resource mobilization officer in each of your bureaus to get the job done, because the absorption capacity of opportunities is not going to be easy, just even for the post-Cotonou and the UNIDO projects. But damn if we do and damn if we don't, and we're getting paid to do, so Stephen said, let's do it. And Stephen, that's what you said? Yeah? So you see, Stephen brave. Stephen said, let's do it. So we can't hold back. I mean, if everybody offering, we have to put it. But at least you have the choice if you want it or not. But it's going to be a lot coming, which will be real good for the next 4 years at least. Then we have the new ideas of circularity and quality infrastructure as our real new nice piece of technology to bring to the table. And we'll be working probably with Alexis and maybe Derek Lockpat to help expand that opportunity and how we could get funding for those ideas. Stephen has been working with CRFM on some lab accreditations. The SIDIMA opportunity is a beautiful opportunity in that now we have the code of practice for housing completed. SIDIMA will do a launch for the training program of that with Canton next year in January. That's going to launch that standard into the stratosphere. And there's going to be 8 institutions trained up in how to roll this out for artisan house builders, foremen, experienced artisans, and stuff like that. So this code of practice for houses is going to become a big thing, because CVQ is going to eventually be tied to it. And it's all designed already with the CVQs, and at the launch you'll hear that. But separate from that, you'll have the TechVoc training in 8 national institutions. And once that goes well, we will look for funding to see how we could spread that to the other member states, but we're not paying for that, but we're monitoring it. SIDIMA paying for that, but we want to monitor it. Now, SIDIMA is setting up national committees in each of those 8 member states, and we push in that those committees invite somebody from the bureaus to sit down on these national committees to oversee the training programs of this code of practice in the member states. So when you get that invite, we'll give you the focal point name to please reach out to put somebody on that committee, and you'll be part of the training rollout to the standard in member states, which is implementation of the standard. Okay, the other big thing is, well, we spoke about FOPL. We have biodegradability standards in the mix. Then we have these other programs. The technical officers do have a lot on their plates, especially Latoya, coming up for the next 2 years. And that's why we want to pay special attention to that post that we spoke about previously last week in the HRC and the Finance Subcommittee. So the post-Cotonou is actually being designed a lot around metrology and conformity assessment, right? Because UNIDO has a lot of quality promotions, and we have a lot of carry forward on the 11th. So the design focus of the post-Cotonou is conformity assessment and metrology as an upgrade, as a differential approach from the 11th EDF, which was quality promotions, which carry forward into UNIDO, and then conformity assessment. Then you all heard about the CROSQ program and the successful advances of that. And we wait to hear with bated breath how the heads of government treat with the CARICOM institutional review audit, which is being presented to the heads next year, February. And in that report, there's 6 regional institutions earmarked for merge or dismantling. So the RIs will drop from 16 to 10. So we hope that when we go up next year with our slightly increase in budget, to quoted, they could redivert some funds to CROSQ, because so far we've been earmarked to continue the work and the trajectory we're on. And based upon all the interviews done with everybody and the stakeholder results, and a look at our finances and stuff. Yeah, and then Caribbean Development Bank, we hope that the BHN project comes through. We really believe in it. We think the risks are very manageable in the current scenario, and we want to create a win because CDB hasn't really been able to get too many wins in Haiti. And if we get that, we're going to get a lot more money to implement projects for Haiti going forward under the post-Cotonou through CDB. And I've also not even mentioned that CDB is going to come back with us under the post-Cotonou standby facility to project manage some projects for some member states using your national allocations again. So that's another bucket of funding that will come. So that's my report, and after all the technical officers present, I will just present on these 4 scorecards and where we are after 1 year of implementing our new strategic plan. Thanks.
Thank you, CEO Omar. We now continue with the presentation from the technical officers. So we will have up next the 11 EDF project, and that will be chaired by Mr. Hutchinson. So, Mr. Hutchinson, whenever you're ready, you can take us right into your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am ready to go. Good afternoon, everyone. Naturally, my presentation is going to be on 3 key areas. However, as the project coordinator of the entire program, I tend to highlight, or at least in our agenda, all the other areas that the technical officers will present on, but I will not present on these. So it would not be as long as you may think. It'll be very brief. So here in the agenda, we talk about standards, metrology, you have the accreditation and conformity assessment, quality promotions, but then my portfolio in terms of some of the areas that I really worked on would be the cross-cutting areas in QA and some project administration, QA administration as well. So I will jump straight into it. Just a brief overview of the timelines. Initially, we had a 4.5-year project, but since then we had a 6-month extension. So instead of the entire program finishing in February 2024, it now goes down to the end of August 2024. But the implementation period, we extend a little longer. So normally we would have like a 6-month period for closing, but we took 3 months of that 6 months to add it to the implementation period to give some more time to implement the actions themselves. So the implementation period now ends in May 2024. That is just around the corner, by the way, another 7 months or so. The total budget remains the same, which is 4.5 million. And the progress up to October 2023, which is this month, we basically have 4 years complete at the end of August. And naturally, that is the effective 1-year implementation loss due to COVID. But it's a bit longer than that, but that is what we say, but it's longer than that because it's far-reaching. The spend to date, and don't be too alarmed, is 2.7 million euros. It will be more than that today because we haven't considered some other aspects that we had expended over the last month or so. However, the budgeted planned expenditure, it was at 3.6 million, which is a pretty big disparity in terms of where we should have been at this time. But the work efficiency is improving. I remember when I first presented on this, I think it was 2 years ago, it was at like 58%, but now we are at 85%. So everyone is working hard. Everyone is pushing to get things moving in the direction and at the speed that they need to move at. The spend efficiency is a little lower, as I said, and we know we had a lot of of delays and even some online interventions instead of face-to-face. So the travel budget itself wasn't utilized as efficiently as we would like. But then as we move into the next 6 months, which put me at like 4.5 years, we expect a projected work efficiency of greater than 90%. We'll be pushing for this. They have a few interventions scheduled for the remainder of the year that will cost a penny as well. So we expect to see some improvement in the spend as we move forward. We know that in the next 6 months, we were really supposed to be at roughly 4.1, and we will probably be at 3.7, but I intend to push that a little further. I was just discussing with some of the directors how we could actually move this expenditure forward to complete most of it, at least to utilize most of it, if not all. But the projected spend efficiency, we expect to be over 90%. The risks to me, they're not as risky anymore, let me put it that way. We have the absorption capacity, improving. Member states are actually pushing to get things done. But I think it's important, to demonstrate a higher order of results by the end of this year, especially as we move into the post-Cotonou. We start that programming over the last month or so, and we would like to transition seamlessly into the implementation of that come September 2024. As Mr. Omar indicated, we're hoping to have that agreement signed in February next year. So in terms of the technical aspects, I'm not going to go through this. This was completed some while ago, along with the calibration of laboratories, where we are. In terms of Nicole will present on this, and as I said, I'm not going to really stick up on it too long. Nicole will do the job here as he has more intimate knowledge of the technical aspects in this regard. Same thing with the Caribbean reference laboratories as well. A lot of work has been done, and we now looking to complete these remaining activities within the next few months. The regional certification scheme, my colleague Stephen Ferguson will have a conversation about this as well, but with the consultant on board, and I know that there has a lot of interaction so far between the various focal points as it relates to this activity. The QMS certification, Stephen will also present on this, and he will give a better appreciation of where these are at this time. And I must say, though, they are progressing really well, and we had some successes thus far in Guyana and St. Kitts and Nevis as well. So where we are with the cabs, don't need to speak about that at all. We have that done and dusted, completed, and all successful, and we are moving quickly forward now to have the launch of the courses, the QA courses, in November 2023. You could see the number of courses that we developed in comparison to what was planned. We had planned 3, but we saw it necessary to deliver 5, and that was done within the same budget as well. The National Quality Awards, my colleague Latoya will have a conversation on this activity itself. But I would just like to mention that we have an alternate to what was being done in Antigua. It would be similar to what was done in Montserrat. Mr. Omar did speak about it as well, where you have the food and non-food entities coming together for our training session. And we have some member states that will be invited to audit and observe what is being done there, and to see how we can tailor it then to fit within the specific countries. The media, we're looking to finish up these media activities over the next couple of months before the end of this year. And the national dialogues is one of the areas that I will speak a little bit about, where we've had several, most of them actually completed, the forums themselves. The last one that was completed was Suriname. We had a modified version, which is what I spoke about not too long ago in terms of Montserrat, the intervention in Montserrat. And we're looking at doing something similar here too in Grenada itself, and we are in discussions with them. Only today I had a conversation with Mr. Seville from Haiti in terms of what we will do in moving forward with Haiti and this particular intervention. We may have an alternate as well, and PTB is willing to make the adjustment because it is based on needs, it's based on capacity, it's based on the environment we are in right now, and we have to look to make some modifications to make things work for the member states. But one of the things I want to mention here is that we haven't had any drawdown really for the implementation of the action plans, and I'm throwing it out there now. We haven't had any drawdown yet in terms of finances for the implementation of the action plans, but I'm looking at a few of them and I see some really quick wins that we could actually implement. Which is several workshops we have on a couple of the action plans that have a lot of awareness activities, and these activities will not be too taxing on the bureaus or the member states themselves. I think the aim is to get the people to the table, whether there's a particular training, maybe training about inspectors or something like that, to the table so that we can do the rest. So I'm going to be reaching out to you guys over the next couple of days to see how best, we can implement some of these activities for the action plans. The EU had raised this as a concern in our last steering committee meeting where they recognized and lauded us, for implementing the forums, but then they were wondering how will we get the action plans implemented. But we'll be creative here. We will make it happen. So then we move into the value chain, and I think there's not a lot to say here either. We've completed 4 of them, with the 5th in train right now, which is Trinidad and Tobago with the pineapple value chain. And the only thing that is of a concern is because of the time that we are where we're at now in terms of this particular value chain, which is the preparatory phase. We still have to do the diagnostic, which is called the kickoff workshop, to develop the action plan. So there may not be sufficient time to implement all of the action plan, but I'm sure we will get some of these things done as we move forward. So I know, Mr. Trejo, you always doing your best, and we will see how best we can get a couple of these interventions, especially maybe the low-hanging fruit, we can probably get implemented over the next few months. So basically, this is where we are at. And so the only one value chain then that we have to work on over the next few months to get implemented to bring it to fruition. So this part of it, obviously, the various technical officers, they've been through this where they had the CARAMET meeting, CCA, and the committee meetings. This is part of developing the regional quality infrastructure and expanding, where several strategic plans were developed as well. So I will move straight into the last area. As I said, it was going to be short, which is the pillar assessment. So this is one that we've had a conversation with PTB, and yes, we are going forward with this, looking to start immediately after Council Week, which is this week, to get a consultant on what we are going to do is look to complete a gap audit. And to complete this gap audit, we have to select a consultant that knows about the pillar assessment, because any consultant just can't do it. It is a little different. But the only concern that I had, and I will have to speak to the EU on this, is if some of these entities that can do the gap audit, if they need the permission from the EU to conduct this conduct this gap audit. Because normally for a pillar assessment, you have to go through the commission, the EU Commission first, get their permission to conduct a pillar assessment. But since we are not doing the full pillar assessment, we want to do the audit, just the gap audit at this time. And if time is remaining within this program, we can start closing some of those gaps before we go for the full pillar assessment. I'm hoping that that is something that can be accommodated. So I will have a conversation with the EU delegation in Barbados during this week and see if we can move forward on this. I will also get we know there are several entities, probably 3 or 4 entities that can do the pillar assessment, at least the gap audit themselves. So I'll be hoping that they will give us it won't be an issue and we can go forward to do that gap audit. It will really help us, and we'll be able to spend some of the money to close some of the gaps before we close off this EDF program. So I'm at the end of my presentation, so the Council of the CROSQ is invited to note the progress of these results of the 11th EDF EPA TBT program and the plans presented, and also note the call for member states to accelerate the implementation of the remaining activities to meet the May 2024 results as presented. That is, we're looking at 100% work efficiency, and further note the results projected to be achieved by May 2024 will support the post-Cotonou programming currently in the planning phase since last month. So as to hopefully facilitate a seamless transition from the 11th EDF, which ends in August 2024, to the post-Cotonou program implementation from September 2024. And that is my contribution. I invite any questions. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Terry, for that comprehensive report. I see member from St. Lucia has a question.
Hi, good afternoon, Terry. Thank you. One of the questions, based on one of the risks you highlighted in your slide, was one of absorptive capacity. Could you explain, within the context of the project, how is that defined? And my other question is with regard to the online training courses. I note that you have developed 5 while your original target was 3, but to date none have gone live. When do we anticipate that these may go live?
Okay, let me start with the second question first. The training courses, though they were developed earlier this year, they had some beta testing being done, and that beta testing was completed. So now we are looking to launch these courses in November of this year, and they go live from then. So they'll be out there, you know, especially in the bureaus. You may have new staff and so forth, and may want them to get familiar with some of the areas. This is a really good starting point for them as we think. In terms of the absorption capacity, and that's why I didn't harp on it too much. Because this was during COVID time, and all of us had absorption capacity issues during COVID time, where we were, you know, some persons were sick. You know, there were situations where we did not have a lot of persons working in the bureaus themselves, and the CROSQ secretary as well, because, you know, if people are sick, they can't really perform as they would like, or they're not really working. So this was based on that and not in the current situation right now. So I think that the absorption capacity is a non-issue, is a item right now, and it really should be removed.
Thank you, Terry, for that response. And we have Haiti.
Thank you, Chairman. I congratulate the presenter and all other presenters before. And my question is, do we have a deadline for the dialogue in Haiti?
Yes, all activities within, including the national dialogue, all activities under this EDF program must be completed by the 31st of May 2024. Even if we get the dialogue itself, which is the forum, completed, you know, we could also look down the road at, you know, other intervention or other facilities to implement, you know, the action plans that come out of the dialogue. But I think the key thing is to have the dialogue at this time, and even with the CCF, as Mr. Omar mentioned, we may be able to implement a few of the activities, because some of them might relate to training, some might be some kind of awareness activity. So that's just to name a couple, but all activities must be completed by the 31st of May 2024.
You propose a date, or we have to propose to you?
I can propose a date. I'm not sure you will like the date, but but I mean, you propose the date, you know, and we will see how best we can work with it. Definitely.
Well, we can start thinking about the second week of December as we will have 11 years of creation, so we can use this opportunity to do the national dialogue with the wider sector. A proposition.
I love that response, by the way. Yeah, we will have some conversation over the next few days to further advance that activity, definitely.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from the floor? Do we have anyone online as well? Okay, so we have no more questions. Oh, we have Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps this is an open question, but I wanted to understand maybe from the other member states what the level of success has been with respect to the national dialogues. Because the national dialogues is something we've been carrying forward for quite some time. And my experience is that the challenge we have, and it goes back to your question with respect to the spend, is that it almost seems as if though while the Bureau has a responsibility to coordinate the national effort, the missing link or the gap is the uptake from a particular stakeholder. So for example, if it's agriculture, if it's energy, if it's environment, that seems to be the fundamental problem, because I think that the bureaus have done a decent job in the implementation or the execution of the national dialogue. But there's that gap, and I don't know which of the member states has solved that problem in terms of where we are in terms of ensuring that the leads, which would be the relevant stakeholder to execute, because the action plans will go nowhere if we do not have that uptake. So I don't know. I think that that's something that we need to contemplate, because we will not have the kind of traction we need to have with the international dialogues. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, Director Lodge, I'm saying that Director Trejo, you're noted. We have St. Lucia taking the floor again.
Okay, thanks, Chair. In response to Director Trejo's question, St. Lucia has executed our national dialogue for focus on the tourism industry, and it requires a lot of stakeholder engagement. We have seen successes from it where there is an uptick in tourism standards. There's also an uptick in good regulatory practice in certification schemes and regulatory schemes being developed for the tourism industry with new tourism legislation that is backed and supported by the standards developed. So what we would advise from our experience is that these dialogues need to be properly coordinated so that the type of result can be reflected in a relatively medium-term time frame. It's not going to be immediate, and so that is part of the context. It requires a broad-based intervention and then specific sectoral interventions on a repeated basis.
Yes, and for St. Kitts and Nevis, our experience has been the same. We are currently working with the Ministry of Tourism in trying to develop a standard for taxi. And we're also looking at developing a vehicle inspection standard as well, so that that industry can function as smooth as possible. Some of the issues we've been experiencing would be the designation as it relates to taxes, and sometimes getting persons in the room at the same time sometimes also pose a challenge. So it is, I know the effort is placed with the Bureau, but as you pointed out, if we do not get that buy-in, we do not shed light on the importance of of why we need persons in the room to make this decision for the betterment in terms of the development of those industries, then I won't say we'll be beating a dead horse, but it's going to further delay our timelines in terms of execution. Are there any questions from the floor? St. Lucia, I see you have your flag raised. Okay. So we have no further questions for Mr. Hutchinson. Okay, so we will take a 10-minute break for lunch. On our return, break. But our breaks are so large, we can consider them lunch. So when we get back, we will hear from the metrology technical officer, and then we continue from there. So 10 minutes. We are expected to be back here at 3:10. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, Council members, colleagues, both in person and online. This afternoon, I'm going to present to you the Metrology Performance and Development Report. So basically, this report would follow this agenda: the CARIMET Operational Plan 2023, the 11th EDF EPA TBT project, the metrology component, the CROSQ SIM relationship, as well as technical assistance to member states. So just an overview in terms of the CARIMET operational plan. We would have, well, at the last meeting, we would have gone through the strategic themes, so I'll just run through it quickly. CARIMET governance and operations, measurement, traceability, equivalence and recognition, knowledge management and dissemination, promotion of CARIMET, as well as use of information technology, cross-cutting. So in terms of the operational plan, in terms of that first theme, CARIMET governance and operations, as you can see, there are some parts highlighted in yellow as well as green. So I'll just take you through some of these quickly. Pay attention to the ones in yellow because those are the ones where we think there are some things that we need to consider and really look at in terms of driving those strategic activities home. So in terms of 1.1, create monitoring and reporting tools. Throughout the operational plan, we would have been looking at member states' reports, the way that they present their reports, and there is a bit of concern in terms of the number of reports that are due quarterly. We have seen a drop in the amount of reports that are coming in from member states in regard to this particular period, as opposed to the last period I reported on. In terms of the CARIMET technical framework document, we have been working on this. We had started a lot of the groundwork just before our CARIMET meeting in Guyana, that face-to-face meeting. So we are actually in the process of completing the first draft of that technical framework document. Originally, we had planned for September to really submit it to Council for review and feedback, but we had to push this to the end of October because we had seen a lot of areas that we needed to basically strengthen within that technical framework document. So that is well on the way. The only real issue that we have here is getting those quarterly reports submitted on time. So in terms of the other two areas, development of the CARIMET communication plan, as well as the reports on attendance and participation, we are totally fine there. In terms of the COM plan, we would have held a meeting with the MIC rep in August this year. The COM plan activities were basically developed, and this should be finalized by the end of October this year. And that is basically the first phase of that communication plan. The plan will actually cover a lot of key areas that we would have identified in the strategic plan, which is actually communicating the strategic plan within the network internally, as well as trying to get persons to understand. Even though yes, we are almost into the end of the third year of the plan, we still need persons to understand what the plan is about and our strategy moving forward, because this would be built into the strategy that we would have from 2026 moving forward. Right. So, in terms of the reports, the attendance reports were submitted, and as well as minutes, because most of the times we do the attendance reports, we tie it into the minutes, because that would capture the actual participation by the various member states' representatives. And as usual, NMI directors are made aware of the attendance and participation, especially in areas that we need to beef up or strengthen. So in terms of 1.4, metrology working group issues and topics to be addressed. Now, this is something that we would have really touched on initially. Earlier on in the year, we have the two CARIMET working groups, that's the quality working group and the legal metrology working group. The action plan for the quality working group has been submitted, and the legal metrology working group plan is soon to be finalized. So we expect that to be submitted sometime around October, before the end of October for approval. In terms of the create relationship with national customs agencies, so because we would have started the first draft of the technical framework document, the idea is to get these templates put into this document as well. So even though we haven't really started, well, we have a template that we can use because one was circulated from one of the member states, and we would try to incorporate this into the technical framework document by December 2023, by the end of this year. So in terms of 1.6, which is Administer Networks Capacity Survey, the survey was administered in September. We had initially planned to administer this sometime in June, right, and do the report and get it done, but we would have had our CARIMET meeting in June, so that kind of delayed us a little bit. But we are still kind of back on track to get everything complete by the end of this year. So the report would be submitted at the end of this month. And basically, based on the initial analysis, CARIMET was evaluated as good for over 60% of the criteria, and that report would be shared with you all in due course, right? In terms of the survey itself, 13 member states out of 16, because we would have sent it out to the Dominican Republic as well, would have responded, right? I don't know if there might be a need to reach out to the other 3 member states to respond, but I would explore that possibility. We would explore that possibility, right? So in terms of the theme 2, measurement, traceability, and equivalence and recognition, develop and recognize 3 CARLs. So basically, you would see this in my upcoming presentation. This is in green as well. So the humidity CARL and the pressure CARL, they are progressing okay. In terms of the, well, equipment was procured. Well, we know that from previous presentations. But then we are focusing now on the ILCs and peer reviews. So we would have put things in place for the ILCs to take place by December or January, December this year or by early January next year. And then we would have organized these peer reviews with peer reviewers from NIST as well as SINA Mexico to carry these labs forward and perform that peer review so that they could eventually use that for their QSTF recognition. So that's in the green basically. This 2.3, which is yellow, this is something that, yes, we would, this is an online activity as well as in person. What happened is that the emails would have been sent out and we would have encouraged persons to register for this meeting. Now, this is a meeting that happens every 2 years. I did note, though, at the last meeting back in 2021, it wasn't too well attended, I guess, because of the time difference between France and our region. But we were still represented by the Secretariat, so that is fine. And this year we are also being represented by the Secretariat in person. So we expect that persons would at least try to make an effort, even though we're not saying, you know, work outside of your working hours, but at least try to, if you can. In terms of 2.5, conduct CARIMET ILC in mass, volume and temperature. So basically, the mass ILC, there was a meeting that was held sometime in September, right? And basically, we are in the final planning stages, and this should start, the tentative start date would be in late October. And in terms of this particular activity, the EDF would be supporting the movement of the traveling standard from SINA, Mexico to the BSJ, because the other member states, they would have, all the participating member states would have indicated that they would fund the shipment of the artifact. So that is okay, and just pending. So we're hoping that everything would become, well, started. We would start by the end of October. In terms of 2.6, share information about and promote participation in SIM interlab comparisons. Well, this is in the green because this is always ongoing and continuous, and we, through the CARIMET coordinator and the various working groups, SIM working groups, once we have that information, we tend to share it with everyone. And there's also a possible upcoming ILC in mass in 2024. So that's okay. So these 2.7 attendance of CARIMET at SIM QSTF and metrology working group meetings. So the last QSTF meeting was in Colombia, right? And this was attended by the representative for CARIMET. This was in May 2023. The report was submitted to the Secretariat. And basically, I guess at the next QSTF, which would be at the SIMGA in November, there would be another report, I guess, attendance report being done, right? So this would be the following QSTF meeting. In terms of technical assistance through the CARLS and SIM, there were a couple of training workshops completed, right? Well, this workshop was really for the GNBS, right? In terms of the verification of electricity meters. This was something that was identified by the GNBS when we had well, probably before the CARIMET meeting, but it came up and we decided that, you know, this is something that could be supported by the EDF. And we made it happen, which is really great. And we thank the INDOCAL as well as the GNBS for having this take place. So in terms of another training workshop, we would have identified a need to have a Python course, or basically Python programming, which is more along the lines of metrology for digital transformation in a sense. So this Python course, that was coming off of the SIM M4DT, Metrology for Digital Transformation CABREC. And we decided that based on the initial uptake of it, that persons were showing interest because it's a very interesting topic. You can do a lot in metrology and, you know, help to develop your processes and your systems of work. So that was a good opportunity there. And there's another upcoming Python course under the same CABREC. Well, it's planned for probably in November or so. So in terms of 3.2, train regional metrologists on demanded metrology and organizational topics. So again, we would have focused on digital transformation, which is a really hot topic in metrology throughout the past probably year or two, right? Even longer, because some NMIs within the SIM region would have been, you know, having conversations on this, doing webinars, you know, really trying to educate persons about digital transformation, right, and how it can improve the processes within your NMI. So there's an upcoming awareness session and Python programming workshop that we are planning. This should take place in Dominica during the period of the 7th to 8th of December this year. So this is actually from a SIM IDB workshop. It is funded by SIM IDB, and we're looking for SIM's approval to see if we can fund additional non-SIM NMIs, but that is still pending, right? So in terms of promotion of CARIMET, we have 4.2 partner with other entities / stakeholders to promote metrology awareness. Basically, the ongoing relationship and support to SIM and the SIM NMIs in metrology projects, in particular our CARIMET NMIs, right? We would have participated in a lot of SIM workshops as well as webinars. Even though this is not other entities because the GNBS is really within CARIMET, we just wanted to highlight the participation in the GNBS Talkback as well as the TV segment to highlight and promote the work of CARIMET. Now, this is something that was kind of on the spot, and we decided that here we need to take this opportunity because it's a way to really get to promote CARIMET and add to our objectives then to ensure that we actually achieve our objectives of promoting CARIMET. So this was something that was conducted during the CARIMET committee meeting in Guyana in June of this year. In terms of coordinate and support the celebration of Metrology Quality Days, well, this is always ongoing, right? And a lot of this, we participate a lot and support SIM and BIPM in World Metrology Day activities, as well as our fellow NMIs, the BNSI, you know, and a lot of you all who would be putting on a lot of these activities throughout that period there for World Metrology Day. So basically on to 5, use of information technology, the CARIMET committee meetings and working group meetings. So basically meeting minutes would have been shared with CARIMET. So to date, we would have shared 3 meeting minutes, which would have been up to the meeting, the face-to-face meeting in Guyana. There's still one pending, right? We have an issue where we are no longer using Mural, but within the last couple of weeks, we would have realized that there's a possibility to really use Zoom, because Zoom has a lot of added features that can really help with collaboration. So we are exploring that currently to kind of supplement with that whole non-access to Mural, right? So in terms of 5.3, use of WhatsApp for fast communication, this is also in green because this is something always ongoing and continuous, and we constantly use this to update representatives in terms of any reminders, any follow-ups and stuff on any activities that we have. So, or any ongoing activities or upcoming activities as well. So basically at this point, the Council of CROSQ is invited to note the status of the key activities outlined in the CARIMET Operational Plan 2023, currently being implemented by the CROSQ Secretariat and CARIMET.
Thank you, Nicole, for that comprehensive report. Are there any questions coming from the floor or online? Okay, there are no questions online. There's none on the floor, so I'd like to thank you, Nicole.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So moving on, the metrology component of the 11 EDF. So under R1.5, we see the development of at least two calibration labs have been prepared for international recognition. So just an update here, in terms of the Belize Fine Mass Lab, we have made some headway in terms of that contract that we would have we had with Sanam. So there were a few remaining activities in that particular contract, and in the previous contract. So we had to draft a new contract for them to sign. It has been signed, and we intend to complete that remaining activity by the end of this year. That activity is related to the QMS review and internal audit. We expect that it should be completed by the end of this year, in December, basically, by December. In terms of the Belize Fine Mass Lab as well, the BBS would have submitted an application to JANAC in August, and basically the pre-assessment audit is scheduled to be completed by JANAC in November, right? So everything is well on the way in terms of the Belize Fine Mass Lab. In terms of the Indocal Pressure Lab, these activities are progressing well under the guidance of the project coordinator at Indocal. So the Council of CROSQ is invited to note the progress of this result of the 11 EDF EPA TBT project.
Thank you. Any questions? I see none online. I see none in the room. We may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Under R3.3, number of face-to-face meetings of the CARIMET committee is supported by the project. So I would have mentioned it before. We would have had our face-to-face meeting in Guyana at the GNBS, and this took place on the 28th and 29th of June. We had a lot of topics that we discussed there. The metrology legislation, our technical framework, as well as the CARL MOUs, right? In terms of we also had a lab visit, which we looked at both legal metrology, the verification activities carried out by the GNBS, as well as the industrial metrology and testing labs, right? So there was a lot to see. I think this was the main highlight of the visit because, as metrologists, we really like to see that hands-on, calibration of stuff and verification. And it was very interesting, So in terms of this, there were a lot of positive outcomes, as you would see here listed. The knowledge about the legislative framework. I think when we had the presentation done by the OIML in terms of the OIML D1, I think that was a highlight as well because a lot of persons might not have been aware of some of what is required in OIML D1. So that was a bit of an eye-opener for some persons, which was good. In terms of the metrologists' participation in the scheduled lab tour, it was everyone participated. I saw a lot of persons taking pictures, and that was really good because in our field of work, if you don't have that hands-on and that that level of, I would say, intimacy with the equipment and the appreciation of that, there's no way you could really help develop your labs. So it's really good to see that we could have done something like this within our region and not have to go outside of our region to get that kind of exposure. So in terms of communicating the purpose and the work of CARIMET, this was highlighted, as I would have said before, through the GNBS talk program, right, as well as that was the radio interview, as well as the TV segment. So another positive outcome would have been the exchange of knowledge, experience, ideas in metrology. And, this would not have only been based on, two NMIs speaking to each other about what they do locally, but it's about the appreciation of what is being done regionally and internationally. So this was something that we believe was a really good opportunity for us here in CARIMET. And at some point, we'd hope to increase the number of face-to-face meetings that we have so we could have these meaningful engagements and interactions within and amongst our NMIs. So the Council of CROSQ is invited to note the contributions from our regional metrologists to achieve this result of the 11th EDF EPA TBT project.
Thank you, Nicole. Are there any comments from the floor or online? And we do recognize the significant contribution that department is doing and the way in which you guys are progressing, as well as your individual achievements on the international stage as well. We want to commend you for that. So if there are no more questions online or on the floor, we will ask you to proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So moving on, R3.2, 3 new CARLs have been established. So basically, under the electrical power CARL at Indocal, equipment has been procured. Ongoing technical support is being provided by Sinam Mexico. Recently they would have realized that their equipment would need to recalibrate their equipment at an NMI. So they're really looking at sending it maybe possibly to Sinam Mexico. And this would really help in terms of when they are ready to do their ILCs and publish CMCs, basically. Right. In terms of pressure TTBS, the procurement of the pressure fittings that was completed in May. Right. The fittings were delivered to the TTBS. We also realized that although they would have gotten more of these high pressure fittings, we would need to also procure some low pressure fittings in order to cover the scope. Right, and we also have another piece of equipment, which would be a height gauge, which would be kind of, but it's not really critical for the project itself, but it is something because they have one that they can use within that time, so it wouldn't affect the project itself, but they would need one to be purchased for that particular lab because the other height gauge would be on loan from one of their labs. So we are looking into procuring those additional pieces of equipment. In terms of TTBS, they would have refurbished their pressure lab. I believe they're still doing some upgrading in terms of the lines and stuff for the various gases and stuff. And they would have also procured additional equipment. A lot of those equipment, as we would appreciate, is very expensive. And the project really would not have been able to accommodate that. So it was really great that TTBS would have stepped up and said, here, what? We really need this equipment. We're going to put through for it and we're going to purchase it. So that was really good. Yes. In terms of Sinam Mexico, again, this is another engagement that we are having with Sinam Mexico. They would have signed the contract. We would have signed as well. So the next step would be to really have that kickoff meeting to complete the additional activities, which is basically the peer review and the ILC. As I would have mentioned in my previous slides, we're looking at completing these activities by March 2024, so that maybe around April or so or May, we can get TTBS to defend their QMS at the SIMQSTF. So, okay, in terms of the humidity lab, the community Carl, TTBS is scheduling to send the chill mirror that the project would have purchased to recalibrate at our NMI as well. We're looking at November to December this year. Getting that done within that time. The technical support is actually being provided by the NRC Canada, which is really great. That's under the SIM Working Group 3. In regard to an ILC, so basically they're going to help facilitate that ILC, which is very necessary and important for this particular activity. After that, the peer review would be conducted. We have already engaged NIST, Dr. Christopher Meyer, who's very well known in terms of temperature and humidity, and he would have done a lot of peer reviews within the SIM region, a lot of NMIs within the SIM region, and actually carried them, ensured that they would have reached that level where they can publish CMCs. So we are in basically good hands, I believe. Yes? So at this point, the Council of CROSQ is invited to note the progress of this result of the 11th EDF EPA TBT project.
Thank you, Mr. Best. Are there any comments from the floor or online? We have Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask Nicole, maybe, I don't know if you've given thought to this before, but the CARLS has been around again for some time. So my question would be, what has been the economic value of the CARLS? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but Mr. Omar is squinting over there. What has been the economic value of the CARLS? Because a lot of investment is going into the labs. CMCs is quite the task and quite the endeavor. So the issue is to make sure, and I know the responsibility, of course, is the labs to ensure that we're promoting these services and that we're putting into work the added value in terms of the capabilities of the labs, not only at the national level, but regionally. So I think we need to start thinking about, along those lines, so that we can look at the sustainability aspect of labs in the region.
Okay, in terms of the CARLs, I would just say that if we look at it from this perspective, right, we develop a CARL to facilitate the calibration of standards from all the various other NMIs who are not at that level, right? So that's where they get their traceability through the CARL. Now, if each one of these NMIs who are not as developed would look to, let's say they go through Sinam, Mexico, or another NMI that has CMCs published, I think it would be, at least looking at it from this perspective, they would be a bit disadvantaged because you're talking about moving outside of the region, right? Shipping costs, you know. Yes, they might have some factors that people might consider and say, yeah, well, they might have a better turnaround time, things like that. But at the end of the day, I think in the spirit of unity, collaboration, togetherness, and the purpose of the CARLs, I think the economic value later on would be ensuring that the NMIs itself first have the opportunity to be able to recalibrate their standards on time, because that is a huge challenge that we have. And this would ensure that their working standards would be also calibrated on time. And that's another challenge that we are having within the region, right? So even though it's not, you won't see that immediately when you're looking at the CARLs itself, but when you go lower down, you would see where it adds a lot of value. Yes, because if you think about it at the granular level, on the ground, then calibrating a scale or verifying a scale or a pump or whatever, you need to have calibrated equipment and at the end of the day. And if we send all of our equipment outside of the region, it's going to come at a cost. And could we bear that heavy cost? you know.
And then precisely that's the point I wanted to make, is that there's a cost to maintaining the cars. So, but the maintaining the cars cannot be without end. It has to be, and again, of course, the responsibility is for us to ensure that we can keep that and push it at the national level. But there's only so much that you can do at the national level. This is the reason why the CROSQ was developed, so that we could have member states look to the reference labs in terms of that kind of traceability. But I'm not so sure what kind of mileage we have.
Yeah.
But the issue of sustainability is mainly what I wanted to highlight.
Yes, understood. And that's why in the post-Cotonou programming, we would have looked at maintaining the CROSQ, right? Because a part of it is participating in ILCs, which we would have had a challenge for I would say decades. You know, now it's even more difficult because a lot of the ILCs we were looking at within SIM, we no longer have those ILCs being done on a regular basis. So there would become a time that an NMI would need an ILC in order to maintain their accreditation or their CMCs, and it's not available. So that's why we said within the post-Cotonou, we would have said, okay, this is a big ticket issue. We need to help maintain these CROSQ, whether it be training as well as the ILCs, and we try to build that in there. So when you all take a look at it, you all would see that we are looking at that, because this is, if you all would have seen in my previous presentation, we would have focused on this, or we would have identified this at the CARIMET meeting in June, and we would have said that, okay, maybe we need to revisit the CROSQ, we need to check to see if these MOUs are relevant, right, and try to at least update this so that they can be relevant, so that we could get the best out of the CROSQ, so that it could be a win-win situation. So that's just it on that. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. The question Mr. Trevo asked is a difficult one to directly respond to, because it speaks to two separate and distinct type issues. One, the sustainability of the CALS as a lab in and of itself as a going concern. But the broader framework of that question was, what is the economic benefit of having a CALS? What is the economic benefit of having a published CMC? What is the economic benefit of having a accredited lab with a particular defined scope in metrological traceability? And that the response to that is not within an NMI or a DMI or any designated institute. It's within the wider economy. And it speaks to the ability to trade, the ability to access quality infrastructure services as a whole. And so it's a bit difficult context, but I understand the need for the question, because it's a critical point that we need to look at the cost of providing these quality infrastructure services, which do not in and of themselves create the economic efficiencies in the institutions. There are things that need to be subsidized in the main, because the cost recovery is minimal in the institutions, but they are critical parts of our quality infrastructure which must be accessed by our economies as a whole.
Yes.
Chair, I didn't mean to put Nicole on the spot.
No, that's okay. It's important, because we're not only in the business of providing services, but we also have to look at cost recovery at the end of the day and justify some of these programs that we are trying to implement, not only to the bureaus, but and to the country as a whole as we market the services. So it's a pertinent, I wouldn't want to say question, but something to keep in mind as we move forward.
It is.
We have member from Haiti would like to make a comment.
Yes, Chairman. It is to say that the job of Nicole is not finished because when I listen a call asking, doing this question, I had the reflection before. So you have the job to create demand for these calls. So the demand will have to come from the NMIs. You have to try creating labs who will request this kind of facilities for the sustainability of the calls. You have many jobs in front of you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Best, and I think you can proceed to the next item.
Okay, so up next we have the CROSQ SIM relationship. So basically, CROSQ continues to develop its relationship with SIM through some of the following activities. We are active members of the SIM M4DT CABREC Technical Committee. We also participate in the M4DT CABREC, right, itself, where we have the Secretariat, the CROSQ TOM participates as a coach for the Caribbean NMIs in Working Group 3. Participation in various SIM working groups, mass, volume, and flow, and temperature. This participation is not like active, but is more observer, as an observer. But this is good because where we have NMIs who cannot, have a dedicated person to attend these meetings and participate in these working group workshops and stuff, we have someone from the Secretariat that can participate on their behalf and still bring back that knowledge and information to the NMIs when necessary. So in terms of support to CARIMET to plan and conduct M4DT awareness and training workshop, this on Python programming for metrology, this is actually a deliverable for the SIM M4DT project, and also support the participation of regional metrologists and CROSQ in SIM Week events and the SIMG in Paraguay. This is actually an EDF supported activity. So the Council of CROSQ is invited to note CROSQ's active participation in SIM related activities to support the implementation of CARIMET's strategy and to benefit member states.
Thank you, Nicole. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns from that section of the presentation? I don't see any hands raised online and no flags raised in the room. So I think it's safe to proceed.
Good. Thank you, Chair. So coming to the last part of my presentation, technical assistance to member states. Now this is just a handful of the technical assistance that was given to member states during the period. In terms of Bahamas, technical guidance to the BBSQ staff. In terms of the metrology component of the CDB project, ongoing CDB project, technical guidance on metrology positions within the organization, because we realized that within the BBSQ, there's a need to ensure that there is continuity in terms of the metrology unit, right? We know that they're currently developing the industrial metrology area, so that is an area they need to focus on as well, and they would have required some technical support there and guidance. In terms of Barbados, basically ongoing technical support in terms of the metrology bill, as well as the regulations. Also in terms of the legal metrology, that legal metrology aspect, within Barbados, there's a need for support there as well, and that is ongoing support, right, that is being provided. And also guidance on legal metrology staffing, which is similar to what some of the other member states would have been asking for in terms of technical guidance and support and assistance. In terms of Belize, support and guidance in regard to the procurement of equipment for their mass lab, supporting the evaluation of consultants for their 17025 training consultancy, as well as support through the SIM M4DT CABREC. Also, we have Guyana, the support for the training and electricity meters, which I would have mentioned before. In Haiti, the support and guidance through the SIM M4DT CABREC. in Jamaica, ongoing support and guidance. I would have mentioned this before in terms of the MAS ILC, the revising, the drafting of the protocol, liaising with the SIM working group chairs, the planning and facilitation, we would have all supported in terms of that particular activity. In terms of Montserrat, we would have given some type of assistance, support and guidance in legal metrology. In terms of general training and verification activities, because we know that there's a new person in Montserrat who is at the helm and they need to be updated in terms of metrology training and all these things that would help them perform their duties in legal metrology. In terms of Trinidad and Tobago, again, the car development, so there's assistance there, and then support and guidance through the M4DT, SIM M4DT CABREC. And at this point, the Council of CROSQ is invited to note the technical assistance provided and continuing to member states, a part of the 11 EDF deliverables.
Thank you, Mr. Bess. It is duly noted. Are there any questions from the floor? I see no flags raised. I see no hands raised. And Council also recognizes your suggestion of having more than one face-to-face meeting for the metrology group. So thank you, Mr. Bess, for your presentation. And we move right into the next presentation. So we will hear from Mr. Farquharson and get into some accreditation. You're running slightly behind time. So I would appreciate if you guys, if the responses are not very pertinent and burning, that we hold some of these questions for the closed session, or we can have that discussion over a drink. We need to ensure that we finish at a good time so we don't have any spillovers into tomorrow's already packed agenda. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Stephen to take us into certification and accreditation.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to the Council. I just want to say that I think I can give some space for the keynote address after me. So I'll just be speaking on these five areas: the CCA, 11th EDF assignments, the ArcWire projects, TIA activities, and some other achievements and activities that were done over the period. Under the CCA, our strategic plan, we have been progressing quite well. We have been achieving the objectives set under the strategic plan, and just a few areas that need to be tightened up, so we can meet our year-by-year objectives. And so you'll see that most of it has been achieved and doing well. So I'll just move on to some other achievements of the CCA. Over the past 3 years, JANAC has been able to extend its scope to include certification bodies recently, inspection bodies and calibration labs, and thanks to the support of the member state in Trinidad and St. Lucia, they have been able to submit their application to the ILAC for recognition for these additional scopes. To add that the head of JANAC, who is a member of our CCA team, is also now the vice chair of the Inter-American Accreditation Corporation, and that she's also the chair to the ILAC Joint Development Support Committee. And I want to highlight here that the TT labs, as we know it, and I think this will be coming out in the member state report, is rebranded as the Trinidad and Tobago Accreditation Services and Conformity Assessment, TASCA. And this is following on the national quality policy being implemented and facilitating TT Labs or TASCA to move on to the next stage of its progress to getting international recognition. So the legislative process is underway and the framework and services are currently being enhanced. We had a meeting in Brazil just a few weeks back where we attended the IAAC General Assembly, and as members of the stakeholder committee primarily, but we were able to participate as members of almost all the subcommittees of the IAAC and contribute directly and into those committees. As a matter of fact, our own Latoya was asked and elected to join the working group on developing strategies and action plan for the promotion subcommittee. Alongside that, Mrs. Sona Morgan, who was also a delegate to the committee, was appointed as a member of the working group of the training subcommittee on behalf of JANAC. And so we can see that our attendance was well placed. And finally, that the IAAC approved the JANAC to host the next training session of the an accreditation in Jamaica 2024. So that is quite an achievement too, because most times we find that these meetings are held in the Spanish-speaking countries, and it creates a little bit of a challenge for us. So it's good that we're having it in our region and in CARICOM. I want to highlight here that we're trying to diversify the cadre of conformity assessment services through the CCA, and that means that we're looking to have as much personnel with the competence and the knowledge of conformity assessment to participate in conformity assessment activities through audits. So if there are, as I've said at the last council meeting, I'm saying it again, if there are persons who are interested in getting the requisite training, becoming an auditor, both the JANAC and the National Certification Body of Jamaica are looking to have personnel join their team, and especially if those persons speak a second language. That is critical and important. So the Bureau of Standards here in St. Kitts and Nevis is getting their services certified to the ISO 9001, and that I think we should give them an applause. And this is following on getting accredited. In the process of getting accredited, they are just waiting on JANAC now to provide them with a response on the audit that was recently conducted, and they have done some, responded to their non-conformancy, then bringing out the, what do you call it now? Corrective actions.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Senior moment there. The LCVJ is expanding its reach and scope and is looking to complete their accreditation. As a matter of fact, they just received their accreditation for the scope of ISO 22000 certification, which was done through the Curry Brewery right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And again, we applaud the Curry Brewery for achieving that scope of certification and allowing NCBJ then to become accredited to that scope. The continued partnership with CROSQ and the CCA in facilitating various regional objectives is noted, and working with NCBJ, that is, and as I spoke about earlier, the expansion of the auditor pool. And so we ask the council to note those achievements under the CCA.
Thank you, Stephen. Council notes. I see no hand raised online for comments. Do we have any comments from the room? I have one comment. We're not looking at two departments for ISO 9001. We're looking at all departments now.
Oh, wow. Wonderful, wonderful. That's to be applauded. All right, so Chair, you have a hand.
We have Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the purpose of the presentation, the rebranding from TT Labs to TASCA has not yet materialized. TASCA is what is envisaged in the bill.
Okay.
So it's TASCA really in truth and in fact does not exist yet. What exists is TT Labs. So I just wanted to make sure that we made that clear. Yeah. Until the bill is passed, hopefully by the end of this year. Eh? Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. Great. So I'll move on to the EDF assigned up.
Sorry, Stephen, we have another comment from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have the floor, Director Ezra.
Just a curiosity on the expansion of the auditor pool. And you mentioned the JANAC and TT Labs providing now request.
NCBJ, no. JANAC and NCBJ.
Providing the supplementary training, or is it that they also already be trained?
Okay, it's both. One is that both institutions currently offer training, not necessarily free, but they offer training that you become certified as auditors, and I mean internationally recognized certification. There are also other institutions in the region available that are accredited to provide that kind of training. But once you get that training, it's also an earning opportunity. So it's an investment, like your BSc or your MBA. You become an auditor and you're paid for that service. So, but they're looking to expand the pool, because as they expand their scope, they need more auditors to help them to expand along with them.
Chair, I have a supplementary question, but I think I'll leave that curiosity to the closed session. Thank you.
No problem, Director Ezra. The floor is yours again, Stephen.
All right, so just to indicate that under the 11th EDF, all the accreditation activities that were scheduled under the 11th EDF have been completed, as you're seeing here. So all the institutions, Jamaica, Grenada, Dominica, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, and St. Kitts and Nevis, we have achieved all the scheduled activities. The only thing, and what I just mentioned earlier, is that where the EDF left off with St. Kitts and Nevis, the Bureau has proceeded and is now completing that activity. So that's, as Terry put it, dusted and dried completion. For the certification, we have 6 private companies, organizations that are scheduled under the 11th EDF, and 2 of those are already certified. We have the Metro Office and Computer Supplies in Guyana, and St. Kitts and Nevis Carib Brewery have achieved the ISO 9001 certification and is progressing. I must say that's the Carib Brewery is progressing now to get FSSC 22000, which is a next level certification, and we are supporting that. So that's in addition to what the original schedule was. Then we have we are progressing quite nicely for the Barbados LNW. For Haiti, we had a little challenge with them, but at this point in time, we have received the final report for IATICA, and this is where the post-Cotonou comes into play, because due to circumstances beyond their control, IATICA is not able to get certified at this point in time, even though the consultant would have completed its job. And we have promised them that we'll have them considered under the post-Cotonou agreement, post-Cotonou project to complete their certification. Outside of that, all the others are progressing quite well. The healthcare solution is the one that started last and is progressing, and we hope that they will both Tiger Run Farm in Belize and Complete Healthcare in Jamaica will complete their certification process by the end of end of November, going early December. So that's where we are with that. We are in the process of determining the feasibility of a regional certification scheme. We'd have had a meeting with the appointed contact points from all the member states, and they are at the point now where a survey is being conducted, and we should be getting some responses which will allow us to complete that report and complete that project activity. And then we have been providing some technical support to our member states, and you have heard about that earlier in the presentations that were made, and we are about the training in Antigua that's in a week and a half from now, and looking at Grenada, St. Vincent, and St. Kitts to continue that process. And so that's it for the 11th EDF activities so far.
Thank you, Stephen. Just 2 quick amendments. We're only pursuing air quality laboratory for 17025. Mm-hmm. We want to move forward with chemistry, microbe, metrology as a block. Forward.
Wonderful. So
additionally, the certification for the Caribbean is the ISO 22000.
ISO 22000, and they're in the process now of going for FSSC.
Correct.
22000.
But on your slide, I think you have
I had it
9001. If you can back up one slide before.
That was an error. Oh, Lord. Yeah. That is on. It should have, yeah.
Yep.
Thanks for that.
No worries.
I'll clarify. I'll make that change.
So, are there any more questions or comments from the floor? And I don't see any hand raised online as well. Oh, we have Jamaica. Dr. Gooden, you have the floor.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the work being done by CROSQ and the relevance of especially as it relates to the food safety systems and the importance of going beyond the ISO standards 22,000 is an important food safety standards, but as is the case with Caribbean, the global trade has moved beyond that, more so in the realm of the private standard, which are GFSI, Global Food Safety Initiative. FSSC 22,000 is one, SQF, Safe Quality Food, and NCBJ is also progressing towards global gap. So whatever support can be given to the national standard body to move into the realm of these private standards, not just in terms of accreditation, but also facilitating a pool of trained and qualified auditors as we make these services available in order to expand trade.
Thank you, Dr. Gooden. I have a question for you as well. Do you think that we can have some reasonable dialogue with JANAC and NCBJ to foster some competitive rates in terms of getting our staff at the NSBs take advantage of that training?
Good question.
No, so you don't need to close meeting tomorrow, right?
We can leave it for the closed meeting. It's okay. Just something for you to think about.
If that the more the client base is, then the unit cost will come down. So we encourage more and more facilities to take up the training and the certification, so that JANAC can have a greater pool, so that their costs can come down, as also NCPJ.
Okay, council takes note, and we will be coming back to you in short order with list of names, and we can proceed. Any more questions for Stephen's presentation so far? I see no hands raised online, and I see no flags raised. So, Stephen, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to just comment you on the last statement you made about moving to the other labs to get accredited. That's a move in the right direction, and we're here and ready to support and facilitate as much as possible. And I'm sure you take advantage of the post-Cotonou.
Definitely. Already in play.
Okay. So along the other projects, we have been providing support to various institutions, ICA in particular, through their 11th EDF project as well. We are participating in that. We have been contributing to the UNIDO process up to this point, contributing to the CUSEC activities that was mentioned earlier, and I'll just skip that to the next slide. Speaking about the TIE committee, and I'll be done in a few. So a keynote can come in. So the TIE committee have just completed its strategic plan, and it was circulated for review by council members, and we're asking that you submit your responses, suggestions, comments on that plan, so we can make any adjustments necessary for approval, so that we can start implementing in January 2024. And I'm saying that because we want to have a meeting, a face-to-face meeting, and a training for our TIE members in 2024 in January when we meet. And it would be good to have an approved plan against which we are going to get the training and have persons begin the implementation for that. It's very important because as we seek to achieve or comply with the WTO TBT agreement, this is also an important part. And finally, it will also be important in terms of how we respond to our UNIDO and post-Cotonou activities, which are GRP related, good regulatory practices related. And the TIE committee will also be facilitating the activities under the UNIDO and and post-Cotonou projects. So, Chair, as I move to the last slide, the strategic plan for the TIE, just a synopsis, it has 4 strategic objectives and 4 strategic goals. And in the interest of time, I had planned to show the full plan, but I will deviate as it is circulated to you already.
That is correct.
And so my final slide then is looking at the other activities that we have been engaged in as a CROSQ Secretariat. We are, as I mentioned before, we are a member of the Project Steering Committee of ECA. We are members of the Trade Facilitation Committee of the CARICOM Secretariat, the OTN in particular, and we are PSC under the Risk Management Committee, which is a subcommittee of that TFA, Trade Facilitation Agreement. We are also observers on the ISO Committee of CASCO, the STAR group. We are members of the WTO TBT, and I made a presentation last Wednesday. I had to get up at 4 a.m. And that was well received. And they noted, and a number of the points that I raised was actually raised in other presentations subsequent to that. And we are continuing to manage and promote the QI database. And with that, Chair, this is I ask the Council to note these key achievements. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for that brief but extensive presentation. Do we have any questions for Stephen coming from the floor or online? So there are no hands raised and there are no flags raised. So thank you very much. So now we've saved the best for last. So we now have our last technical officer presenting for today, and we'll be looking at quality promotions. And I'm going to say this now. Tomorrow in the closed session, I'll be bringing a request to Council as Council sponsor for this group, something that we need to look at moving forward. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Latoya to take us into our presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, everyone here and online. I can't promise that this is going to be a short presentation, unfortunately, but I will try as much as possible to get you through it in maybe about 20 minutes, half an hour at a stretch. Before we start, Chair, if you might permit, I'd just like to say thank you very much to Mrs. Carissa Franks Benjamin for the facilitation of today's event, at least the event over the next 2 days. She's been working very hard at the local level to make sure that this council meeting happens, and she's been my eyes and ears amidst some other stuff that she has going on. So I really want to, Chair, appreciate this. And also Gwen, who has been my right hand at the Secretariat. Alrighty. All right. So these are the areas, and please slow me down if I go too fast. The MIC committee developments. We're going to be looking at the 11th EDF program. We're going to look at energy projects, quality promotions, and all that entails, and IT developments. Now, the MIC would have had a strategic plan that would have been approved, and we started implementing late last year. We would have made some progress, and there are some areas that are still kind of lagging behind, but we're trying to kind of make some headway because we now have heads of the working groups who are working on specific areas of the strategic plan. So in terms of training, again, we would have already identified those needs, and we are working to see how through various initiatives and projects we can fund the training of the MIC in the areas that we've identified. We have a template that looks at the competencies of the MIC, and we've been working through that to make that a final document so that we can look at what are the skills that we need, how far are we in terms of the members being able to being in possession of those skills, and then using that as a means towards training people in areas that we definitely need training in, so that you at the national level have the resource that you need for your own quality promotions. In terms of goal 2, we've been looking at collaborative procedures and SBYs. So we would have looked at a copyright policy along with the TMC that would have been completed and drafted. We would have also in the MIC look at how we exchange information, because we've had some comments from member states saying when they have requests, they don't exactly know what to do with it and where to go with it. So we've been trying within the MIC to see how we can smooth that process and make that process a little bit more seamless. So we would have actually drafted a form, and that form is going to form part of our MIC policy. And the MIC policy is going to look at things like information exchanges, is going to look at things like how we share resources across member states, because we recognize that quality promotion still isn't an area that's in every NSB. So the resources that we do have at the regional level and at the national level, we want to be able to share some of those resources, whether it be promotional materials, whether it be videos, audio, that kind of thing. We want to find a way in which one NSB can request a resource from another NSB and have that resource fulfilled in some seamless manner. So again, we're trying to make the processes that make quality promotions work a little bit easier, and also to be able to take advantage of those member states who are willing and have the resources to be able to assist those that don't. In relation to making quality promotions a strategic pillar is something that we've been working towards to gain a little bit more recognition and also respect at the regional level. So we would have been looking at what can we do as a MIC to boost our footprint in member states. We would have executed the campaigns that we would have earmarked for the plan, although the plan is supposed to run for yet another year. But we're happy we would have executed the campaigns already. We have another coming in October, but we'll speak about that going forward. October? Yeah, in October, but we'll speak about that going forward. Again, the National Quality Awards is something within our strategic plan that we've been looking at. How do we then cascade what we know about developing National Quality Awards to the members of the MIC as well? So that is an ongoing effort. In relation to strategic goal 4, we've been looking at how we make our technical committees, not just the MIC, but our technical committees of CROSQ network a little better. So we've been using our Bitrix iPortal and retraining technical committees, because we understand that officers time to time change. So as your officers change who are members of the technical committees, we've been training them in the use of the Bitrix platform so that they're able to know how to operate that for your documents, know how to operate that for your networking. We would have trained already the CARIMET committee. We would have trained the majority of the MIC committee, with the exception, I think, of about 4 member states. So that has been ongoing, and we've pretty much reached and surpassed where we wanted to be in terms of the members trained. But we're also looking at how we can utilize that platform a little bit better to be able to facilitate the regional work of the technical committees. I would have mentioned before that we have chairs of our working groups. Guyana is now the chair of our marketing and communication working group, and St. Lucia has accepted the chairmanship of our information and knowledge management working group. Our current chair is Trinidad and Tobago, but he is on his way out of the bureau, so he is actually the person who would have been working on our MIC policy, and he's actually still working on that all right now up until November. So I want to say thank you to Randy publicly for the work that you've been doing, and that discussion on the policy is a discussion that's going to continue until we have a document that we can bring to council for you guys to feedback on. I mentioned before that we are looking at another campaign within the MIC, and that's a webinar series. We're trying to see how we can move our education and information to a more public forum so that we have regional webinars that are able to target specific groups within the member states to be able to spread quality infrastructure and what it is to a wider audience, so that a wider audience can take place, because we know some member states are very good with their national webinars. We're trying to move that regional. Our podcast series continues, and I want to publicly again thank the member states who would have submitted episodes. There are some of you that have not, and I will speak to you individually. But our first season runs until December of this year, because when we started in July last year, we said we would go for the first series for 18 months, see how that goes, see what the receipt of that is publicly, and determine where we go next. So I would really love for it to continue, but it also depends on the contributions of member states towards that. There are several member states that have contributed several episodes. Guyana, Dominica, thank you guys very much for that. Trinidad and Tobago. So we would really love those who know they have not submitted an episode to do so. Again, we'll have words. CROSQ Council is invited to note the progress on the strategic plan, to note the status of the working group chairs, and to also note that we're culminating the Quality Link Quality Link podcast in December of this year, with views to continuing based on member states' contributions.
Thank you, Latoya, and all aspects are noted. Do we have any comments for Latoya for this section of the presentation?
Podcast, it goes international. Sorry. The podcast that Latoya does, it goes international, it's not regional. So, we're encouraged to get involved.
Thank you, CEO. There are no hands raised online. There are no flags raised in the room. So you may proceed.
Okay, so we'll go into the 11th EDF project. Terry would have spoken earlier about the National Quality Awards. We had 3 to complete this round. We would have already completed Suriname. Trinidad and Tobago is now in the process of completing their evaluations with a view to having their awards ceremony in November. St. Vincent and the Grenadines launched in September, so they are in the process of receiving entries into their National Quality Awards. So we are pleased with the progress of the National Quality Awards in the member states. And we'd again like to say an extreme thanks to Guyana, who has been marching these member states through the process based on their own experience and their best practices. And I really appreciate that. In relation to the QI courses, I know the member from St. Lucia is not here, but he would have asked a question about the QI courses. Terry would have mentioned that we would have done the beta testing, and based on the beta testing, that would have given us some ideas and some suggestions for the evolution and revision of some aspects of the course. So that's what we've been doing since the beta testing period. We are now in the process of working with the Caribbean export to see how we can launch in November. And in that regard, we are hoping to be able to start sending out some information, especially to the NSBs and the quality institutions, because this first introductory course is actually aimed at you. So that you can utilize these courses to train your staff, whether they be new staff or people who need a reorientation. So we will keep you posted on that with a view to having the first cohort run from November to March next year. In relation to the media sensitizations, St. Lucia, still not here, and Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Jose Trejo, we are still lacking dates for your national interventions for your media. I would really appreciate if we could have those done before the end of the year. The final publication for the EDF, we have brought it up within the mic in terms of having some ideas for that final. It's usually a best practices and lessons learned type publication. And we have an initial idea of actually having a digital publication with embedded videos and other treats and tricks that from throughout interventions that would be happening in member states. But that's an initial conversation, and that conversation will continue into the first quarter of the next year with a view to having a final publication by the end of the project. And there were two other things that came up. In relation to the strategic plans for all of the technical committees, we're still looking at publishing those strategic plans. Again, something that's on my to-do list. And in relation to, yeah, it's those two. Yeah. So, Chair, the Council is invited to note the successful launch of the NQAs I would have spoken about, the upcoming promotions and launch of the QI courses, the invitation for SLBS and TTBS to finalize dates for their media sensitizations, and also the need to continue raising awareness at the national level for the interventions that are happening in your member states as part of the EDF project.
Thank you. Items are noted. Do we have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, contributions? We have maybe all of the above coming from Trinidad. You have the floor.
No, Chair, just to speak to respect to the BS sensitization. I know coming on board at the TTBS, I knew that this was a ticketed and carded item that remains outstanding. But prior to coming here, we would have confirmed with the marketing unit at the TTBS that this particular activity will be held on the 9th of November for World Quality Day. So we're going to consolidate the effort. So Natoya, you have a date.
Okay, thank you very much.
That sounds very promising.
Thank you, Trinidad and Tobago.
So we can proceed to the next agenda item.
In relation to the energy portfolio, we would have completed some training workshops for the QSET project. We are in the process now of completing the national and regional procedures manuals. We are also in the process of finalizing our last webinar under this project. The idea was is to have this webinar in November. We are going to have a meeting with the piloting states to see if this is still feasible. We are also in the process of designing and publishing our impact study. And for the attention of the piloting NSBs, and this is very critical, one of the things the QSET project did was to offer the piloting member states the opportunity to publish some promotional materials. So far, we have only had the uptake, or at least the acceptance and response of one member state, and that's Barbados, in the uptake of the offer to Print promotional items based on what we would have already produced in the project, or based on your needs going forward. Barbados would have put forward a suggestion for some banners that they can use for further promotional activities related to their national labeling scheme. And I've asked the project to push those through, but I'm still in the air in terms of all of the other member states regarding whether or not this is something you still want to do, and a response of an idea of how you would want to utilize the offer, with a suggestion as to the items you would like to produce and the cost, because we are hoping in each member state to be able to do that nationally, so that we don't have to do it in Barbados and then ship to you from the CROSQ Secretariat. So if you could come up with some ideas as to what kind of promotional items or materials would help you with the publicizing and the promotion of your schemes in concert with your retailers, that would be useful. And if I can get that information as soon as possible, because we don't exactly have a lot of time left on this project. So I'm waiting on your reps to come back to me with some quotations, so that we can move that process forward. Again, the only response I've had so far is from BNSI, and I've asked the project to push those through. So, Chair, the Council is asked to note the request for the quotations that I would have just mentioned, to further note the plans for the hosting of a webinar for the border control and regulatory stakeholders, because that's the only target audience we haven't touched with any of the intervention, or at least with many of the interventions that we've had so far, and to also note the activities that are in progress with this project.
Thank you, Latoya. Council notes the quotations, upcoming plans, as well as the activities. Are there any questions or comments from the floor or from our participants online? I see no flags or hands. You may proceed.
All right. In relation to quality promotions, I think CEO would have mentioned about the strategic plan. We are still in the process of rolling out the CROSQ strategic plan, not the MIC strategic plan this time. And we would have created a reporting mechanism for the MIC members to feed information into the CROSQ Secretariat. That information is in relation to activities you hold at the national level, in relation to the intervention and addition of new members to your technical committees, in relation to the request for services of your bureau, and also in relation to the branding of CROSQ activities at the national level. We are in lack of reports. We would have had, based on our last call, about the response of about 4 member states. So I'm asking directors to please assist your MIC members, because all of the information that they're going to need is not going to be at their fingertips, because it requires interacting with the technical committees as well to gather some of this information. So I'm really, really seeking the assistance of the council to make sure that that information comes in, so we can track it at the CROSQ Secretariat, but not only track it, to then be able to assist your members in terms of promotions, to be able to boost your technical committees, to be able to create some ideas for how to market your services, etc., based on the information that comes into us. So it serves a purpose, but we can only help if we have the information on hand. I'm going to skip through general promotions. We should already have, or at least I will send the updated slide, because I think this is one of the slides that we updated. Our audience continues to grow, which is good, but at the same time, it's difficult to continue the promotions because, again, a department of one person. So that's a little bit of a challenge sometimes. In relation to the UNIDO project, the UNIDO QI expert would have mentioned the interview. That interview has been done. I just have to now do a little bit of editing to be able to send it off to UNIDO, and that's pretty much our first visibility effort, looking at what this project means, how it's envisaged to contribute to development of quality infrastructure at our regional level. So I'm hoping to send off that interview by the middle of next week, provided that editing goes smoothly and all the other things I have to do don't get in the way. In relation to the feasibility study on the National Quality Awards, a question came up earlier in relation to the CARLs and the contribution of the CARLs. This not exactly related, but this study of the National Quality Awards, it's intended to do that, to give us evidence as to what is the real value of a National Quality Awards to a country. So we are going to seek the assistance of those member states which already have National Quality Awards, and we are going to want to talk to you. We are going to want to talk to your stakeholders so that we have solid evidence at the regional level to say, okay, this is the value of that, this is what it means, this is the potential for it, so that we can then show other member states, okay, this is what it means if you implement a National Quality Awards, so that we can then help you on that process as well. The secondary and tertiary curricula, that would have already been spoken of, so I'm not going to go into that. Another project that that the CROSQ is working on is the SEDEMA project. We are working with SEDEMA in relation to the code of practice for the construction of houses. We would have just sent out, or at least recently sent out, a request for quotations for the cover of the COP. And we're working with SEDEMA as well on the launch and general promotion for the academic courses that will be coming. There is one thing I wanted to note. And I'm still following up on the final video for the last CDB project that we would have been a part of, because that would have been an initiative that would have been started, but maybe kind of in limbo at the moment. And one final point that is not on this, and Stephen would have mentioned it about the IAAC promotion subcommittee. I was asked to sit on the subcommittee after being in discussions with that group at the Brazil meeting. And what that group is intending to do is see how we can promote accreditation and can promote the work of the IAAC at a regional and even broader level, and looking at activities for that group. So I agreed to sit on that group to be able to provide some feedback and some direction for their own strategic plan. So council is asked to note the delay in the submission of the quarterly country activities report. Again, please assist your MIC members in gathering that information. To also note the promotional efforts that are new and ongoing, and to note that cooperation will continue to be sought of NSBs to maintain a high level of visibility across projects. And I think that goes without saying.
Thank you, Latoya. The submissions, promotional events, and the cooperation that will continue, they are all noted. Are there any questions coming from the floor at this point or online? We have Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Presentation, Latoya. I wanted to ask the creating value.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to understand the dynamic of that exercise in terms of the data capture.
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to be both quantitative and qualitative? Who's going to do the work? Because you see, I think that with everything that we do, in terms of the work of the Secretariat and the individual member states. The issue for me is to ensure that the programs, the activities grow from year to year.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is for the NQA to build in terms of from one year to the next. So my question is, how there's need to capture relevant information so that each member state can sell the NQA in terms of saying, by being part of this program, this is how my bottom line has improved, these are the new markets, new customers, new clients, so that when you package the NQA, it's done in a way to provide that incentive for those who are not part of the program to want to be a part of the program, and also to maintain those who are in the program to continue to strive towards quality, excellence, what have you. So I wanted to know who's going to help us do that. And is it an external?
Yeah.
So I just want to understand
it's a
that.
consultant that's going to be hired by the UNIDO project that will come in and be given. That's why we've been working with Janice on the TOR to give scope as to what it is that we're going to be looking for. And what we're going to be looking for is ideas as to what is the value added to a member state that's hosting the National Quality Awards, and what's the value to a member state who has not hosted a National Quality Awards, so that we can say to you, this is our observation based on empirical data. And then to be able to use that information to form a kind of model as to how you as a member state who has not done this can go about this. And to then be able to say to you, okay, we have 2 spaces for member states to be able to have a National Quality Awards, and let's see how we can help you using this model to walk through that process. So it's kind of an all-inclusive kind of approach, but it's also trying to gather information and gather data that we can use in a strategic manner to be able to say these National Quality Awards have value for us, and this is why, based on our study that has been done independently for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trinidad. I see no more hands or flags, so I think we can proceed to the last section.
Okay, final area. See, I told you half hour. Okay, so I would have mentioned before the training in the iPortals, we only have 2 committees left to go through, and maybe 3 based on Stephen's TIE, but you'll have to advise me on that. We have the TMC that we need to re-engage in relation to the portal, but they are users of the portal because they've been one of the sustained users of the portal. So I will have to gather some information from the standards Mara, your group, to see whether or not that training, or at least how intensive I need to make that training or refresher for you guys. The CCA committee also has to be trained. Having gone through or reintroduced the mic to the portal, we have now migrated to that portal for all our information. So we actually have folders for various projects on there. We have, that is our resource for information, so that we don't need to continually send emails to people with attachments that they then can't find. They actually are able to log in, go to a resource, find the information, and pull it up for themselves. So it kind of saves time for us, and it saves time for them as well. So we've been populating the the mic drive on the portal with the information that the mic members will need, inclusive of the national activities template. It is there for member states to be able to utilize the information there. We would have done some upgrades to the bit rates for it to be a little bit more functioning, and we would have recognized, having done the upgrades, that there are some improvements that have been made that we're still going through to determine how the committees can now utilize these improvements to, I suppose, operate a little bit more efficiently on the portal. We would have also, based on St. Lucia's extensive requests, looked again at our VC because St. Lucia has been able to utilize it for other purposes. And we're hoping that we've already spoken to the rep from St. Lucia in terms of educating the rest of the mic in terms of how do we utilize the VC systems to expand the uses that we currently use it for, if that makes sense. The VC systems were intended to connect NSB to NSB, so that, for example, if Bahamas wants to have a meeting with Jamaica, you can go on the VC, dial up Jamaica, and you can have a face-to-face online meeting outside of a Zoom, utilizing that facility. Or you could connect multiple NSBs, because we've done it at the regional level to have regional press conferences. Yeah. So it's a good resource, but we just have to re-engage a lot of you in terms of how we utilize them going forward. So again, St. Lucia has kindly agreed to kind of do some coaching for us, and I want to say thank you to Marciano. So we'll be looking at, in coming weeks, how we are able to more or less re-educate either the IT departments or your designated mic rep in terms of how we can utilize the VC systems to, again, assist with your networking. So council is invited to note that the Mike, as well as the CARIMET committee, are now proficient in the use of the iPortal, and to also note the 2 technical committees that we're looking to train going forward, and to further note the resolution of the challenges, the initial challenges that we were having with the VC systems, and we've reactivated the licenses to solve some of the issues, particularly St. Lucia was having.
Thank you, Latoya. We note both the ongoing trainings in the iPortal as well as those committees that are now proficient, as well as the resolution. So are there any questions, queries, concerns? I see Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Chair, thank you. I wanted to ask Latoya, so I know the VCs were intended to have face-to-face between
between NSPs.
But is there any flexibility in terms of the licenses for us to be able to, say, for example, if TTBS wants to have a face-to-face with Sanan or someone else? So because I think that the way the license was locked in, so that it would limit us to just having those face-to-face meetings between the NSBs.
Yeah.
And I thought that was quite a rigid license, and I thought that perhaps we should have, extended a system that allows us to do just that.
The systems were intended for the CROSQ network, and that's why they were created the way that they were created. When I spoke about St. Lucia has been able to utilize it for engagements that are ISO related. But again, the actual technicalities of that is something that we're still discussing and going through with Marciano so that he can walk us through exactly how they've been able to extend their use of it. But it's still not going to be a system whereby you can network with anybody anywhere, because it's still endpoint to endpoint kind of thing. Yeah. But we will keep you posted when we're able to work out the how exactly we're going to pass that information on to other member states, whether it's just going to be that we have a session internally and we invite everybody to just tune in to Zoom and watch what St. Lucia does with it, or if there's a better way to do it. Because I know there are some member states that have damaged their systems, so they no longer work. Otherwise, I would suggest that we all log into our systems and work it that way, but we'll see what works best.
So accessibility is still there right now?
Accessibility is still there. If you log onto your system and you're not able to access it, contact us.
Okay.
Because then we'll have to work with your IT to figure out what's happening with your license. Yeah.
Thank you, Latoya.
Thank you. Trejo, do we have any more questions, suggestions, ideas? Okay, no hands, no flags. So thank you.
Chair, seeing that St. Lucia is in the room, I would like to ask about their media sensitization.
Okay. So, Mr. Emmanuel, you've been put on the spot.
All right. Our media sensitization, that's an item that has been deferred for a few months. We believe that it is something that we can program probably in the month of November, or even later this month, in keeping with the visit from BSI as part of the expansion of the CSN project.
Okay, so keep me posted, and just note Trinidad has already claimed November 9th.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all. We had a very productive day. Even though we went a little over schedule, it's great news. We have nothing carrying over into Tuesday. So I suggest that you guys look at some of those documentation that we're going to review in advance so that we can gain that first half hour of the day, starting at 8:30, so we can finish those items on time. So with that, I bring this meeting to a close, and I trust that you guys will get out and enjoy some of the niceties we have to offer here in St. Kitts and Nevis as well. Thank you.